Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, June 16th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I sure am. You know, I've been thinking about this particular date, June 16th, 2025, for quite some time. I was thinking about how I'd feel on this date. I was thinking for a very long time what my body would feel like, what my emotions would be. This, of course, the Monday after my son's bar mitzvah, and I kept thinking, what is life going to be like on this date? And I sit here today very proud, happy, fulfilled, relieved, proud, emotional, happy, excited young man. And so it's great to be here. I had a lovely weekend with my friends and family. It was special. It was memorable. It was everything I dreamed of and more. And I'm so very proud of my son. So in case you're wondering, that's how I feel. This morning, my mom said to me, "You doing the show today? How are you doing the show? Aren't you tired?" I said, "The show goes on, Mama." And so the show goes on, and we have a super duper stacked show. Yeah, that's right, Rampage. I am that. We have a super duper stacked show on this Monday. And in fact, we are going live because we don't want to keep our first guest of the day waiting. Back into the show, we shall be joined by Chiesa. He had the big win over this weekend in Atlanta at the State Farm Arena against Court McGee. Malcolm Wellmaker, who is taking the bantamweight division by storm. Incredible knockout win over Kris Moutinho. He's going to join us. What about Sugar Sean O'Malley in his first non-podcast? And what I mean by that is, like, he did one on his own show, but first interview outside of that world. He'll come on the show to talk about what happened 2 weekends ago in Newark. The Bronze Bomber himself returning June 27th. Deontay Wilder is going to join us in the first hour. We'll get to the weekend recap in the second hour. But first things first, it's a great honor and it's a great privilege to be joined once again by one half of the main event for this Saturday's big show in Baku, Azerbaijan, the UFC's first trip to that part of the world. And it's a fantastic, very important light heavyweight fight headlining the card. It's Jamahal Hill against Khalil Rountree Jr. There's the poster. Rountree's first fight since his incredible, thrilling, potential fight of the year battle against Alex Pereira back in October in Utah. And the aforementioned Khalil Rountree is very kind enough to join us from all the way in Baku. Here he is. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Yo, Ariel. I'm doing well, man. How are you? Happy Father's Day, by the way.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Man, I'm so excited to talk to you because, honestly, 8 months later, I'm still in awe of what you did against Alex Pereira back in Utah in October. It was such a fun fight. It was such an enjoyable fight. I had a really hard time not giving it the fight of the year because, to me, there was something so magical. It was down to that one and Islam and Poirier for me last year. And I know you're removed from all of it, and I'd love to talk to you about it in a moment, but I just wanted to say congratulations on that performance. This is the first time we get to speak to you since then. It was really magical to see you step up to the plate and fight the way in which you did back in October of last year.
And thanks, Ariel. I'm glad you were entertained. As you know, it seems like most of the world was. I definitely put my whole heart into that fight. So here we are again.
Could I ask, everyone I'm sure was like giving you props and congratulating you and telling you how much respect and admiration they had for you after the fight, but you wanted to win. Like, you weren't there to be second place. And so how did you balance, like, hey, I should be proud, I'm getting love, but also, the job wasn't done?
I think the best thing that I did to balance it was just get back to training and just realize that, I still got to keep climbing. So it was nice to have the motivation and the support from the fans and gain the attention of the fans. But I think that, that mixed with getting back to training to get back to a title fight, I think the training helped the balance for sure.
Did you need some time off after the fight, or did you get right back? I mean, obviously your body had to heal a little bit, but just from the sport, from the grind, did you have to take an extended time off?
Yeah, I took some time. I went on a small family vacation to celebrate my father-in-law's 80th, and then obviously I needed to let my scars heal up, my nose and the other things in the eye. But yeah, it took maybe like a month and a half for them to close up fully. And yeah, and then I went right back into training, probably like the beginning of the year. Yeah.
Before you got that title shot, I remember when we were talking about you fighting on the Apex cards, and I was telling you how I felt like you had advanced from that, you had graduated from that, and wanted to see you get a big opportunity. Did you ever wonder, like, hey, if I ever did get this opportunity, how would I perform? Would I be able to hang with the best? And did you feel like you proved to yourself in the world that you are one of the very best fighters in the world after that performance?
Well, I think that I remember in the Apex, I specifically, called out like I wanted to fight Alex. I think I thought in my mind that it would be an exciting fight. The both of us being, strikers primarily, and I called for it. So I think that I wasn't necessarily surprised or shocked when the opportunity came and when the lights were on, because I just envisioned it. And so I think it happened, exactly the way that I wanted to, minus, the result. But yeah, it was no shock. I was prepared for it.
Just going in chronological order here, he returned in March and he lost. When you saw that performance and how it was maybe a little bit different than the Alex that you saw in the cage back in October, what was your reaction?
It was surprising for sure. Yeah, in the moment, it was definitely surprising. And then, just after time passed and he was able to come back and just kind of say like, yeah, maybe, his body was tired and, fighting so many times in 1 year, it all made sense. But I think in the moment, it was a bit surprising to me.
You were scheduled to fight in April in Kansas City against Jamahal. When they first came to you with this fight, obviously it didn't come to fruition. We'll get to the change of dates in a moment. But were you happy with it? Did you like the booking? Did you think it made sense coming off the Pereira fight?
Yeah, I think the booking made sense to me. I was definitely happy with yeah, I was definitely happy with it, and prepared to get back into the cage. So as soon as I got the call, it was a no-brainer. I said yes, absolutely.
When you came to the realization that it was going to be pushed almost 2 months later and go from Midwest America to Baku, where the UFC has never been, and quite far away from home, what was your reaction?
Well, obviously, it's a bit devastating to get postponement news. 4 weeks out from the fight after, preparing and doing all the preparation it takes. So in the moment, that initial, news right off the bat is pretty devastating. But the UFC was really cool with rescheduling it and, giving me updates. And, they mentioned Baku, and I don't think anyone really expected for this place to be as amazing as it is. So I was open to it, just because there weren't many other options. So I immediately just, I said yes. But the moment that I landed here, it was, I was super excited that I said yes as quickly as I did.
We're showing some footage from your relatively new YouTube channel, which has tremendous production and really great insight and looks into your career. So I highly suggest everyone check it out and subscribe to it. And that opening shot is you entering the arena, and it seemed like you were almost like a little bit emotional as you were taking it all in. What were you experiencing?
Well, it's an arena that I've never experienced before. It's nothing like any arena that I've ever been to in the States. It's nothing like the T-Mobile. It's nothing like anything. It's got a very different feel to it. It definitely feels authentic to Baku. This place it's tremendous. I've just been in awe of everything that I've experienced here. So the arena was just one of those experiences. It just feels like a special place. It's got a different energy to it. I can't even explain it. It's like it's not high up, it's kind of like low ceilings, but the floor is really wide. And I was just imagining it being packed with people. And yeah, it kind of brought me some chills, man.
Yeah, and we're seeing some photos of how happy you seem to be there. When did you actually get to Baku?
I got to Baku. Today's Monday, so I got here very late last Saturday.
So like a little over a week ago.
Yeah, I've been here a little over a week now. Yeah.
Because in that video you talked about the jet lag, and so and how much it was kind of like affecting you a little bit at the beginning.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How are you dealing with that now? How is it?
Oh, I'm fully adapted now. Like I feel great. Yeah, my body's acclimated. Normal sleep schedule, normal training schedule. But yeah, the first few days were definitely a bit rough for me. I'm not gonna lie.
When you are out and about and just talking to people, you're one half of the main event. Usually when the UFC goes to a country for the very first time, there's an intense like excitement, the build up, the posters, the billboards, people out and about. Are you sensing that as well? Are a lot of people coming up to you, thanking you for coming, showing you love? Are you feeling all of that?
I've never gotten this amount of just joy and support anywhere in the world. Every single fan, every single person is super excited about this card. I don't know. It's unreal, honestly. So yeah, the first week, even now, everybody is really excited. Which is really crazy, man, to be honest. They've definitely got some dedicated fans here. And it just seems like the people are excited to have the UFC here in Baku for the first time. It's one of these things where like you got to be here to really experience how excited these people are to have us.
No knock on Kansas City, but it's just a bit of a different vibe, right?
It's yeah, no knock on Kansas City, but I'm telling you, the people's smiles on their faces, that the fact that they're having a UFC here in their city, they're man, their smiles are through the roof. It's crazy.
I heard you talking about John Wood, your coach in Las Vegas at Syndicate, and how much he's meant in your life. I saw that he was in Georgia with Merab. He had a big weekend a couple of weekends ago. I'm assuming he'll be there, right? He'll be coming from Georgia to Baku.
Yeah, John Wood's already here. He
Okay.
got here a few days ago. He came here directly from Georgia, and yeah, as soon as he touched down, we got right to training. He's a busy man with with a lot going on, a lot of success. Congrats to Merab. That was, an amazing performance, and congrats to John for just all the hard work he's putting in. But yeah, he's here, and yeah, we're on to the next event.
You told a story also on your YouTube channel, which I suggest everyone checks out, about like 10 years ago, seeing John when you were working construction, and how you kind of thought that you would maybe not pursue this anymore, and he convinced you to come to the gym and work with him, and that you're too talented to stop fighting now. Who was that guy 10 years ago? And were you almost done with MMA working construction at that point?
It was actually the very beginning of my pro career. So I wasn't done, but I didn't really know what was ahead of me. I had, I think, maybe one or two fights in the RFA at the time. And I just didn't really know what was possible, or I think I was just too young and green, to know what it took, to get to where I'm at today. And so John was just that guy who was able to kind of guide me in the right path to show me what was possible. So yeah, I was very green, very new. And yeah, I was working construction because it was, putting food on the table, and it seemed like the safe and the secure route to go at the time. Until, John told me like, yeah, it's going to take sacrifice, but you've got too much, talent and skill to just give it up this early. And so I'm definitely grateful for that.
That young man, would he have ever believed the story would play out like this?
I don't think he would have fully believed. I think at the time I think, when you're young and you want something, and like, I want this new car, I want this, but you don't really realize and you might imagine it, but you don't really realize the work that it takes to get there. So I could have imagined it, but I would have never imagined the road and how hard how hard it would have taken to get here.
But now it kind of feels like it's really all coming together for you. Main event after main event, title fights, title contention. It does sort of feel like the stars are aligning. No?
Yeah, I think that the stars are aligning. I've been through what I feel like I've been through the fire, in my career, just getting into the UFC pretty early, having to go through, just different types of losses, different types of challenges. So I feel like I'm at a point now where I understand what it takes. I understand the game, and now I'm locked in. So yeah, things are aligning, but I think it's all because of the journey.
We talked about John obviously being a big part of your team. You've recently started training with Marcus Buchecha, who's a legend from the world of BJJ. Was that right after the Pereira fight, and because of stuff you experienced in the Pereira fight, and how did it all come about?
Yeah, I started training with Marcus after the Pereira fight. I'd say sometime around March of this year. We have mutual friends and sponsors with Santos Studio. We're building. I don't know if you've seen that, but Santos Studio, we're building just an incredible team of athletes, not only in MMA and jiu-jitsu, but motocross, surfing, skateboarding. We've got just an incredible team of people behind this brand. And Buchecha just is one of our jiu-jitsu athletes. So with that being said, we linked up, we joined forces, and I was helping him with some striking stuff. He was helping me with some grappling stuff. And I think it wasn't for anything, that I experienced in the Alex fight particularly. It was just more just knowing, like, as I continue to climb this mountain of getting to the belt, I'm just going to have to be prepared in the best way possible in all areas. And I was just blessed enough to be able to cross paths with Buchecha and get in, some sessions with him and learn from him, and Leo Vera and Bernardo Tablaro and just Jansen Gomez, who just, killed it in the IBJJF world. So yeah, I just, for some reason, the stars aligned there, and I got to start to train with some high level grapplers.
When you found out that Jamahal couldn't fight on the 26th of April, was there ever any talk of just having a replacement opponent and staying on that date?
No, I don't think that anybody was available from what I remember hearing from the UFC. I think everybody was pretty much booked. And that was pretty much it. So yeah, the postponement was the only option.
To the best of my knowledge, you were ready to go, right?
Yeah, always.
So how did you? I mean, that was, I remember it was like early April when we got word, and then they put in Gary and Praches. So you're pretty damn close to fighting at that point. What did you do to take your foot off the gas so that you don't peak, 2 months early?
Yeah, I just kind of switched back to how do I say it? Like, I mean, that's the term that I use. I just, kind of took my foot off the gas a little bit. But I just went back to some learning and brushing up on some stuff that, that I wanted to practice. And just kind of did my best to dial down the intensity, but remain learning, remain active.
Jamahal, he's outspoken. He has a YouTube channel. Some guys he's got a good relationship with that he fights. Some maybe not so much. Him and Pereira went back and forth. Him and Yuri went back and forth. What is your relationship like with him?
We actually don't have a relationship. There's not too much dialogue. There's nothing really there.
Okay.
From my perspective.
There's no good blood. There's no bad blood. There's just non-existent blood.
Yeah, from my perspective, yeah.
Okay. Your thoughts on him as a challenge, based on the skill set that you see from him? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, man, former champion. I think that says enough. Former champion. So I feel like it's just the time for me to, really go in there and do my best against a former champion. And you don't get that, you don't get that title with, without having skill and experience to back it up. So I've done everything that I can to be prepared for this one.
Have you or your team been told you win this fight, you're right back in the title picture? Is that what is at stake here, especially if Magomed wins?
There's not too much. There hasn't been too much talk. I mean, there's been talks of what we'd like after this, and I think that the UFC, they have their own ideas and thoughts on what they would want. But my plan is to put on a performance that makes a title shot again undeniable, if that makes any sense.
You said what you'd want. You sort of expressed that. What do you want? Like, is it clear that you will, if you get a great performance, you will ask for a title shot?
Yeah, I'm definitely sure that I'm ready to be a champion, and I'm ready to be the champion. And everything that I'm working on and doing is to be prepared for that again. And so, yeah, that's absolutely what I want and what I'm gunning for. So my plan is to put on, an undeniable performance so that I can get that chance again.
I know a few things have to happen, but is the dream that Alex, gets the belt back and that you can beat him to become champion?
To be honest, I really don't. I don't really care who the champion is, until it's me.
I get it.
To be honest, like, I think that would be a great fight. I'm sure that people would want to see, a second fight between us, for the belt again. That's like, I think that would be exciting. But it's nothing that I'm like, hoping for. Whoever has it, I'm doing whatever I can to prepare to fight whoever has it. So, yeah.
I saw that you framed your gear from that fight. Do you usually do that after your fights, or was it just that one?
No, just that one. I think to me, that was just a reminder for me. Like that was a big fight for me. And it was my first time fighting for a belt, and it was an amazing fight. And I knew that I gave my all in that fight. And it's one that I never wanted to forget. And, even though I didn't get the result, I think that I got other results. Like I grew inside from that fight. And so that's something that I just wanted as a memory, and something that, when my time's up, hopefully I can pass to my children or leave to somebody in my family, or, I just felt like that was something that was worth framing.
I love the idea of you growing after the fight, and you're always very thoughtful when it comes to your performances. How do you think you grew? How do you think you're a different person this time around, the guy that we're seeing now?
Well, I think I was able to see, like, I saw how far I was willing to go. Like I was really tested, like, to the very end in that fight. And I went as far as I possibly could. And in my mind, I enjoyed the whole thing. I enjoyed it all the way through. And it was just something that I remember. I gave my absolute all in that fight. And so I got to experience what that feels like. And I think that it helped me just grow and not necessarily be afraid of the fire, for lack of better words. Like, I've been through the fire, and although I didn't make it out victorious, like, I've been there and I felt it. And so, I think that it toughened me up a bit.
Have you ever felt that after a fight?
I mean, I not that I can really remember. If I sat here and really, like, dove internally and tried to remember, then I probably could, but no fight stands out to me like that one does, as far as having to go into deep waters.
Okay. And just a couple more, and then I'll let you go. Again, thank you for the time. I know it's late over there. Can I ask about Cooper? You posted about your dog. I'm sorry to hear that.
So if people who keep up with me or who follow me know that my coach Lorenzo has been in my corner for a really long time, probably over 10 years. And Cooper is Lorenzo's dog, and Preston in the back with the sleeveless shirt. That's Lorenzo's son, who's like a brother to me. And so Cooper was a part of the family. He's been almost every training camp with me for the past 10 years. You know, he has run mountains. He's 15 years old. He's done it all. He was just like the community, the community guy. Everybody who came in contact with Cooper had a relationship with him and loved him. So it was my coach Lorenzo's dog, but it was just a family dog, man. He was the community dog, and 15 years old. And it was just his time. Age got to him, but it was a tough one because because he was always a part of my camps, and I saw him literally every single day. It's just one of those weird things, like, just relationship with dogs. And as I saw he was getting older, I was like, man, you got to stick around. Like, I'm gonna bring you the belt back, Coop. Like, I'm gonna bring the belt back home for us. Just some people may call it weird, but I just, that was my relationship with the dog, and that was kind of my promise to him. So he was there, through this fight camp, and right towards the end is when he passed. So definitely have him in my heart. Lost two close, like, family dogs within a week of each other. So my heart goes out to my coach, and to my closest friend Pat and Andrea, who lost their dog. So it's just, it's tough, but I stay strong for them, and I keep them with me for sure.
I'm sorry to hear that. There's, as you know, and not to go too deep into it, but there's a little unrest in that region right now. Are there any sort of precautions, issues, security concerns, or anything like that you've had to deal with?
Yeah, very unfortunate, what's happening in these regions for sure. But thankfully, we in this, like, in Baku, there's no unrest. There's no, we really wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything going on if it weren't for the news. So
okay.
We're definitely blessed to not be affected by it here.
Glad to hear that. Final question: how do you foresee this playing out on Saturday? From what you envision, you've had a lot of time to think about this fight because you were supposed to fight 2 months ago. What are you feeling right now?
Oh man, so I'm feeling very happy. I'm feeling very confident. I definitely foresee me victorious in this fight. There's no doubt about it. And as far as how it's going to happen, it can happen many different ways. But all in all, I'm prepared, and I'm confident that I'm going to come out with the W for sure.
Love it. Love that you're back. Congratulations on a great stretch for you again on the amazing fight. But now we turn the page and we look forward to this one on Saturday. Very much looking forward to it. Good luck to you, and really appreciate the time. Thank you so much, Khalil. Yeah. It really means a lot.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All the best
talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Good luck. There he is. One of the best light heavyweights in the world. Always entertaining. Always produces. And you'll recall when they announced that fight against Jamahal for April of this past year, I was super pumped about it. Love the fight on paper, and they're getting a great one in their very first trip to Baku. So if you're in the area, and that video of him, the YouTube channel is really great. The production is great. The videos are great. And you see that video that we showed, like when he walked into that arena, he was getting really emotional. It's a very cool arena. They have the F1 in Baku now. Again, as he said, and I'll be honest, when someone told me about, I think it was when I heard about Horiguchi's return, and they said it's happening in Baku, and I was like, what? The UFC's going to Azerbaijan? What? Like, not exactly a place that you often hear being discussed for UFC events, but it is growing, and there's a growing fan base and a growing faction of fighters coming out of there, and they love their martial arts, so why not? And another one of those who are obviously, paying for the UFC to come, and that's a byproduct of the UFC's success these days. They're going to go to regions, to cities, to countries that are going to pay the site fee. So why the hell not? We'll talk more about that card, obviously, throughout the week. I had to kind of get into the interview because he was waiting. So usually in the first hour, we'll talk about the weekend that was. Don't worry, that will happen in the second hour. In about 5 minutes, we're going to be joined by Deontay Wilder, who is one of the greatest heavyweights of the past, I don't know, decade plus. He's returning on June 27th. But a quick recap of UFC Atlanta, which came and went. It was highlighted by the return of Kamaru Usman, his first fight in almost 2 years, his first win in almost 4 years. To be exact, his first win since a November 2021 win over Colby Covington. And that's notable because the guy he was facing, Joaquin Buckley, was coming off a win over Colby Covington, and perhaps, like a sort of like a step-up win for him. Like, that was the win, I think, in December that people said, all right, Buckley's a player. Buckley is legit. Look what he just did to Colby Covington, a former welterweight title contender. Well, Usman went in there 5 rounds and dominated. It was somewhat vintage Usman. And it was the type of performance that I think he needed, obviously, to break the losing streak, but also just to sort of remind him and the rest of the sport, as the great Roy Jones once said, y'all must have forgot. I'm still here. I'm still a force. I'm still a guy. He was very emotional afterwards. You may have seen in the post-fight press conference, he was very emotional, was choked up a few times. Some nice stuff from Usman. Here he is on Saturday night.
That you were able to pull off a performance like this and remind people just how great you are at this sport.
You did it. Nothing else matters. It's all about you
I swear, because I'm a fucking girl dad. Damn it. This one, it's hard. I mean, it's been a while since, not just with getting back in here, but obviously getting in the win column. I battled a lot of things just to get here. Just repairing my body, just physically, personally, a lot of things that I had to just kind of, I guess expression would be fight a lot of demons just to get back in here. But yeah, a lot that I had to go through. But thankfully, I'm blessed with a great team, great support system, great family, and I'm back here. So I just want to, recognize them. I want to recognize my family, my mom, dad, brothers, sister, T-Baby, Sammy, Lulu, Zena, baby, I love you guys. My coaches, Henry, Trevor, George, Ben, my teammates, Justin, Archie, all these guys.
So there you see, very emotional. He was also very emotional in the cage in the post-fight interview as well. A big win for him, an important win for him. He was asked about fighting Belal Muhammad. There seems to be a thing. I don't know. I feel like their whole feud is a little bit of a work. Same management team. I feel like they're friends. I don't know. But he was asked about Belal, who tweeted right after the win, "Congrats, see you soon." This is what Kamaru had to say.
I have to ask you, I think I know what you're going to say, but Belal Muhammad quickly tweeted, "See you soon." I know your eyes are on a title fight, but if the UFC comes to you, that's also a pretty big fight, former champ for former champ, a lot of backstory. Is that something you would entertain if the UFC, came to you about it?
Who was it?
Belal Muhammad.
Who was that?
Former welterweight champion Belal Muhammad.
Next.
Yeah. I don't know.
I forgot it. Next.
Work or shoot, I don't know. The guy that made you cry on your podcast, I don't know. It feels like a work, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a cynic. My highlight of the entire weekend was seeing Francis Ngannou back in the mix at a UFC event. Not fighting, hasn't signed, but look at him up there. rocking the Venom gear with his boy Kamaru. Loved that, seeing him accompany him at the ceremonials and then backstage. Great to see Francis. Izzy obviously not there, but 2/3.
What the fuck is that?
No, it was great. It was great. 2/3 of the Three Kings. Izzy's video about the fight was pretty funny. Him talking about Buckley was pretty funny. I think Buckley has even responded to him. But Buckley seemed to take it all in stride. He seemed to be in great spirits, posting on social media afterwards, feeling good. I think sort of insinuating that he thought that, he did better than other people thought and that he could have gone I think he was talking about the 5th round. In any event, it's not a huge setback for Joaquin Buckley. Obviously, with the welterweight division being so competitive right now, you got to stay on a winning streak. You've got Praches is now taking a step back because he lost. Buckley takes a step back because he lost. Ian's forward. Brady is forward. I think most people would consider them to be the next two. I did see Henry Cejudo say on his podcast that he thinks JDM versus Islam will fight in Abu Dhabi. I mean, I think that's everyone's guess. He got the date wrong, but I think everyone thinks that Islam will fight in Abu Dhabi. There was always some deal that Khabib had to fight there, and when Khabib left, it was going to be Islam. So, yeah, I think that's a good guess. Let's get Sean and Ian in there. By the way, wouldn't hate Joaquin and Praches as a next top contender fight. I think that would make a lot of sense as well. So, things have to evolve. Things have to sort of move on at 170, which I maintain is one of the most interesting weight classes, if not the most interesting weight class in the UFC. And now all of a sudden, who would have thought? I think most people thought, okay, Buckley gets by Usman, and now he's very much in the mix. Here's Kamaru Usman still out there. I think the most interesting question right now at 170 is, what does happen to Usman? Where does he go from here? And so we'll talk about that with the gents when we reconvene to talk about all of this in the second hour. Rose Namajunas got back on track. She had a hard-fought win over Miranda Maverick, who revealed afterwards that she tore her ACL early in the fight. These two used to train together, and here's Rose still doing that damn thing, still winning, still fighting, still a very, very tough out. And so that was great to see. Congratulations to her. She'll actually join us on the show tomorrow to talk about this win. I'm looking forward to that. Edmund Shabazian versus Andrei Petrosky wasn't necessarily one for the highlight reel, but a hard-fought win for Shabazian. Raoni Barcelos beat Cody Garbrandt. It was looking like a great start for Cody. New look and all. The cornrows, the eye tattoo. But then towards the end, it got a little bit tougher. But Cody's still such a big name, and he's not getting knocked out or anything like that. I don't think that's the last we've seen of him. But Barcelos gets the win. Mansour Abdul Malik beat Cody Brundage via decision as well. Alonzo Menefield beat Umar Sy via decision. Paul Craig versus Adolfo Bellato was a very weird one. The fight ended in a no contest due to an illegal kick off his back. I think a lot of people thought Bellato flopped in that moment. Even that right there looks a little bit exaggerated, and the way he fell just seemed a little bit suspect. Craig saying afterwards that he felt it was suspect. Chris Weidman tweeting, "What the heck was that? Was that a legit flop in the UFC? Moicano, bro, WTF." He fell looking to the referee and then was out. Angela Hill, am I crazy for thinking he faked this? How do you look at the judge and complain on the way to being KO'd? It was weird. Michael Chiesa, who'll be joining us at the end of the show, he had a hard-fought win over Court McGee. That was sort of the theme of the night, hard-fought wins. But Malcolm Wellmaker, from the walkout to him fighting in his home state of Georgia to the knockout over Kris Moutinho, a sequence that he clearly was working on. He faked the kick. First, he lands the body kick, so Moutinho's thinking about it, fakes the kick after landing the body kick, and then knocks him out with the most beautiful, the most precise right hook that you'll ever see. I mean, it sounds like a firecracker going off, but just the technique, the way he throws the punch, the way he set it up was nothing short of amazing. It really was. And he is an absolute stud and someone that you need to pay attention to. Now, 10-0 in his pro career, 2-0 in the UFC, 2 first-round knockouts, both of them via right hook. And oh, by the way, a win on Contender Series by right hook. He's the second coming of Paul Daly, except it's the other hand. Unbelievable. Can't wait to talk to him for the first time. He was on the Boys in the Back a couple months ago, and he was tremendous after his debut. And this fight only came together very, very recently. Jose Ochoa with the win over Cody Durden. Knockout win for him. Ricky Simone gets the win as well. Phil Rowe had an incredible victory, and we'll have him on the show tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. He was emotional afterwards as well. And shout out to Canada's Jamie Lynn Horth, who picked up the unanimous decision win over Vanessa Demopoulos. Saturday was a busy night in combat sports. Over at the theater at Madison Square Garden, there was a great one between Richardson Hitchens and George Kambosos. Maybe Kambosos' last sort of big one, and a homecoming of sorts for Hitchens. Hitchens was phenomenal. There you see him dropping Kambosos, the pride of Australia, who does a great job selling fights, great job promoting fights, but he went to the body, he boxed beautifully, and that was all she wrote. Afterwards, Hitchens, who's quite the character, got on the microphone and may have irked his promoter, Eddie Hearn. He did announce that he was going to be a free agent, but he also had a great call out of one Devin Haney. Take a look.
I'm going into free agency now, so there's a lot of options, and I want the big fights. After my last fight, I called Teofimo out right away. Obviously he got other plans, so I don't know what's next, but I'm looking here at the camera. Devin Haney, fuck you, let's fight. Devin Haney next. Fuck Devin Haney and Bill Haney. Pussies, New York, stand up, baby, we in, baby.
I mean, that is Chael Sonnen and Anderson Silva-esque. Here's Haney responding, we could get it at 147. All right. A lot of people want to fight Devin Haney right now. Glory had their 100th event. Shout out to Rico Verhoeven winning in the main event. Of course he did. That's all he does. He wins. And he was headlining their centennial event, a victory over Artem Vakitov. See some of the action here, courtesy of our friends at DAZN. Vakitov, of course, with the win over Alex Pereira. A Contender Series win, chose to say no to the Contender Series UFC contract and fight this fight. We'll see if he sticks around. Not a typical heavyweight, so you could see the size difference there. But shout out to Rico Verhoeven for the win. Shout out to Phil DeFries. All he does is win as well. He is on an incredible run, and he won on KSW. So you had two of the most successful and decorated heavyweights fighting outside of a major MMA/major boxing promotion doing their thing on Saturday afternoon. What was that now for Phil DeFries? Like 10 in a row, 11 in a row, something crazy. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in a row for this guy. Americana choke on Saturday. The great P.T. Carroll wrote a great story on Phil DeFries, who's part of that amazing team led by the great Tom Aspinall. There it is. Phil DeFries, the silent reign of MMA's most dominant heavyweight champion ever, up right now on uncrowned.com. So it was kind of cool to see these two guys who don't get maybe the same type of attention as the John Joneses or the Tyson Furies or the Anthony Joshuas of the world fighting at almost the exact same time on Saturday afternoon. PFL was back on Thursday, late show, and it was highlighted by Thad Jean picking up a big win and advancing to the finals. He picked up the win over Jason Jackson in their welterweight tournament. So shout out to the pride of Haiti. Oh, by the way, Dirty Boxing had another event on Saturday, and Jairzinho Rosenstrike was making his debut, his first fight since he left the UFC. Some tremendous action here from Biggie Boy. Yes, the pride of Suriname. You see the Suriname flag right there. I got to say, Dirty Boxing, the production is very nice. I like the look. You know, obviously they're not fighting in arenas per se, but there's something sort of down and dirty about it all. Warehouse, smoker vibe, old school vibe. I like it. Shout out to Biggie Boy. Perhaps the best strike thrown all weekend actually happened at Citi Field. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Tiffy Time, WWE champion Tiffany Stratton was on display on the mound with one of the all-time great ceremonial first pitches. I mean, you really have to do something special to throw it like that. The best part was she yelled Tiffy Time right before throwing it. So she leaned into the gimmick and then almost knocked out the cameraman. I mean, look at that. Shout out to the cameraman, by the way, and the photographers. Unflappable in the face of that deadly strike. That one definitely up there with the likes of Conor, 50 Cent. There have been some bad ones.
But did any of those come on and say, it's Tiffy time?
No. We almost have to play the full audio to enjoy the grandeur of it all. Here it is. Here it is.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, we had a young man, an 18-year-old named Adam Maka in studio on Wednesday. I know a lot of you were unfamiliar with him. He was making his pro debut at the theater on Saturday. He talked a big game. Well, this is how he looked in his pro debut. Yeah, not too bad. Second round, TKO win for the pride of the UK and Albania. He said afterwards that, well, actually, he said before the fight in our studio that he could beat Naoya Inoue right now. Right now, he said.
I'm alpha.
I don't know about that. But we got to get him with our boy Action Bronson, representing Albania. But, I mean, not bad for your debut. Not bad for your debut. In a couple of moments, we're going to be joined by Deontay Wilder. So stay tuned for that. Sugar Sean O'Malley is going to join us at 3 o'clock. Malcolm Wellmaker is going to join us at 3:30, and then we'll round out the day with one Michael Chiesa. In case you were wondering what the real highlight of UFC Atlanta was, it was, in fact, that our own GC was in attendance. Actually, there was a huge uncrowned contingency that was in attendance at the State Farm Arena. And I saw on social media, GC's seats were phenomenal. How did you score those?
Yeah.
What was that? Section,
shout out.
Section 100?
Nah, section 216.
Did anyone recognize you up there and say, like...
The guy at the end of the row was like, oh, what's up, GC? What strip club are you going to for Fight Feast after this?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was tight. I can't lie. It's tight up there. Like, you're squished in there, and there's not much room in between each seat. It was tight. $229 a person to get in there. It was expensive, man.
Is Section 200 the top, or is there a 300?
Nah, it's the top.
Damn.
Yeah, I was up there.
Was it full?
I was even with the Jumbotron. Yeah, it was a sold-out crowd. The crowd was into it. They definitely let the fighters know, especially on that main card with all the decisions, that they were not happy with the performance. The guy next to me, a couple seats down, was pissed. I mean, during the main event, it essentially got to the point where Usman was just taking him down every round and then just mauling him. Probably about halfway through the third round, you would have thought it was like a blowout basketball game. People just started heading to the exits. Just people just flowing out. For the last like 2.5 rounds of the fight, man. And the dude next to me left during the fourth round, and he was like, man, this is bullshit. I paid $300 to be here. This is the card I get. Like, this sucks. And he stormed out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you storm out?
Nah, man.
You stayed till the end?
I stayed all the way through Usman's speech. Like, it wasn't the most exciting fight. I will admit that. He was essentially doing what he wanted to, especially through the course of the first 4 rounds. But nah, I thought it was cool to see Usman put on a vintage performance. I thought the speech was great. Card overall, not great. You're on a tough streak right now. I've had two main events end in injury. The Manon Fiorot, Aaron Blanchfield card, and now this one. All 6 fights technically going to a decision. We got a no contest in there, a headbutt. The Malcolm Wellmaker was the highlight of the night.
Oh my God!
Walking out to let's do it by Waka Flocka. Everyone.
So explain to us like why, because I heard him talk about it, and I know he's from Atlanta, right? But like, is this like a theme? Is this an anthem? Why is it such a big deal?
I mean, it's a famous song. Waka Flocka is just known for making hype music. I mean, it's kind of past his time now. He was like a mid 2010s dude. But yeah, it was just everyone was turning up in the crowd, getting hyped, and everyone in the crowd recognized it. And he came out like bopping. He was jumping and high-fiving everyone. It was sick. And then to put on a finish like that, that was definitely the peak of where the crowd got.
Did you feel like they knew who he was? Because he's an Atlanta guy, but he's only had one fight in the, excuse me, Augusta guy. How far is Augusta from Atlanta, by the way?
It's like 2.5 hours.
Okay,
two and a half
relatively
hours.
close.
Yeah, I think some people knew who he was. I think
Okay.
him walking out to Waka Flocka was enough to get the crowd on his side. And then when you get a finish like that, then everybody was hyped for him.
Was he the only local guy?
Cody Durden also
yes.
reps the Atlanta area. Unfortunately,
Tough night.
wasn't
Yeah.
able to get the dub. And then Joaquin Buckley, when he did walk out, he did like a whole mixtape of Atlanta music, which got the crowd pretty hyped. Like 6 different songs.
So was he the fan favorite because of that?
He was until Usman got that first takedown, and then the whole crowd started chanting Usman. So
That is kind of funny.
Yeah, people were hyped for him.
And so like overall, because you know we talk a lot about okay, the UFC is killing it. Well, I say that because of the gates and the money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you let's just say you were a regular dude, you saved up for this. This is your big night out. This is are you thinking twice now because of the experience?
I'm thinking twice as someone who's a diehard fan of the sport. I that's probably the last fight night I'm going to go to. I'll go to a pay-per-view. But man, the amount of money that it costs, $229 just to get upper deck tickets, and then the entertainment value that I got from it, it's just like I'd rather just sit there and watch this on TV, be able to go to the bathroom whenever I wanted to, food, snacks right there. I was with 4 other people that aren't really into the sport, and a couple of them were like, man, I had a good time, spending time with the boys, but I think I'm going to pass next time.
Wow.
Next time they come to Atlanta. So yeah, I mean, it's sad to see like the pricing out and like the UFC always celebrating, record gates, everything like that. I would hope that eventually the prices come down, but I know they're not going to because people pay for them. They sell out everywhere they go.
And by the way, was that like second hand or
it was second hand, but those were like that was like the lower end.
Damn.
Because we had 5 people, so like to get 5 seats together, you would have had to pay like $400 a piece to go lower bowl.
Damn. All right. Well, we'll talk more about the results and where the notable winners go from here in a bit. But for now, let us turn our attention to our next guest. Do we have him? Is he ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He is one of the most popular, one of the most celebrated, one of the most exciting heavyweights of the past decade plus. He returns to action in 11 days' time, June 27th in Wichita, Kansas. It's going to be airing on BLK Prime Video, and he'll be going up against Tyrrell Herndon. It's a big comeback fight for the man they call the Bronze Bomber, and that means that the Bomb Squad is in the house. Let us say hello to the one and only Deontay Wilder, who is kind enough to join us. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. Very excited to see you back in action. In fact, it's been now officially a little over a year since we last saw you. And so can I ask, what's the difference between this Deontay that we're talking to today and the one that we saw in June of 24 in Riyadh?
I mean, this Deontay right here more at peace, He mentally, physically, and emotionally. A lot of things that I was doing, I did for others. I was selfless. I took care of a lot of people, and you can only do so much for so many people, and at certain times you can do it for a certain length of time where it's really not appreciative. You know what I mean? And but you don't really understand anything until time passes, until situations happen. And you start lingering around and you start noticing certain things and you start overstanding things. And then you realize it's time to let certain things go. At this moment in time, I'm selfish. I'm many times in my life, I was selfless. This point in time, I'm selfish. And it's all about me at this point. It's all about me. It's all about me having fun. and going there and just having a great time, you know. And that's the difference, you know. I feel more free when you do it for yourself. You ain't worried about letting no one down. You ain't worried about, you know, making mistakes. You ain't worried about anything, you know. When you do it for self, it's all about you, yourself. And if you do make mistakes, if anything do happen, then you know it's all on you. You go back and you sit back and you decide whether if you want to continue to do something or not, or you continue to go on, or what makes you happy, what's not. You know, and that's the big difference. You know, it's just like I'm sitting out now and feeling this breeze, and that's how I'm feeling with everything. The overall picture of everything, even with life. You know, it feel like a breeze now. You know what I
Wow.
mean?
What
No
was the
pressure.
turning point? How did you get to this point?
A lot of betrayal. You know what I mean?
So that's
And if you don't
interesting.
know nothing about betrayal, then
I
keep
don't mean to
living.
interrupt you because I saw that in an interview that you did with TMZ. You used that same word. You said, with the betrayal that I have in my heart right now, like I am coming. You know, I've got betrayal in my heart. So what do you mean when you talk about that, and how does that translate into being a good fighter?
On the interview right now, baby. I'll be there in a minute, okay? Be there in a minute, okay, mama?
Oh, you got everyone there.
All my daughters.
Yeah. How many you have?
I have 7 children.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
that's
man.
that's a handful, man. Happy
But
Father's
when they
Day.
say Happy Father's Day, it's a big
Yes.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I mean?
incredible.
But I enjoy it though. I enjoy it. I love it all. You know, this is who I work for. This is who I live for. You know, and it's no greater feeling than being someone's father. You know, I tell people all the time, especially men, that we are so important. Now, don't get me wrong, the mothers, females, they are very important. 9 years, 9 months or less that they get to carry the baby. But when that baby come out, it's daddy time. And I always consider myself daddy goose. You know what I mean? Because I'm here to shield and protect, to comfort and provide for my children. You know, when I know they with me, they have everything that they need. You know, even over love. They're over love when they with daddy. So, you know,
Respect. Can we go back to that word betrayal?
yeah.
So when you say that you have that in your heart, and that's what the turning point is, how does that translate into being a fighter?
I mean, if anyone has, if one have dealt with betrayal, you understand the feeling of it. You understand the pain that comes behind it, especially when you've done stuff for so many people. You done took people to places where they never would have been without you in their lives or present at any given time. And then when they betray you, it's like a dagger in your heart. You know, it's like I tell people it's 10 times worse than a heartbreak. You know, but for me, it's just been a domino effect, year after year after year. You finally, you know, and it's like an orange. People are squeezing until they feel like all the juice is out of you, and then when all the juice out of you, they'll throw away the hull. But the saying is the saying is, for one man trash is another man's treasure. And if you understand anything about oranges and the hulls and different things that you can use to cook, you know that the hull, you don't throw it away because it can become edible. You can still use it, you know, and it's like they threw away the hull, but for me, I collected myself and gathered myself and refreshing myself, you know, and got rid of a lot of the different things. You know, I can't go in too much of details of a lot of things, you know, because it makes me go down memory lane a lot of things. Give me a lot of PTSD or some other things. It got so bad for me that I had to get a sports psychologist,
Oh, wow.
but it really helped me out in many ways. Allowed me to put a lot of things on the shelf where we would describe it, and these things are on the shelf, and the result comes to who I am right now. You know, I'm still here to be able to smile, and to be able to talk, be able to have good health, be able to have a great sense of humor, life, and all things around me. it still didn't take me back. It didn't still take back the fact that I still help out people, but I'm cautious. I'm laid back, even more so than ever now, and I'm more protected than I have ever been because when you do certain things for certain people, and you realize that it all went in vain, that it really wasn't worth it all these time, and it was just trying to hold on to your coattail until a certain point in time, and then it don't go as planned like you see, when everybody benefit from you and you don't benefit zero from them. It's a terrible feeling. You know what I mean? It makes you unfocused. I mean, it makes a lot of things. I'm not here to sit. I'm not here to really just explain everything, but understand that I'm in a different space, a different place in my life, and I'm just free, man. I'm just free. It's a lot of things I could say, but like I've always told my trainers, as we work hard, as we put in over 450 some rounds in, as I've told my manager many times throughout the day, how I feel mentally, physically, emotionally, I can say what I want, but my action is going to be the proof in the pudding. It's going to be that, many times I have said things to try to convince myself in the moment of time that I would be okay. It's going to be all right. I got all this weeks of training left. I'll be able to get myself a little bit meaner, be able to get myself a little bit fitter. And then when it's time to go out on that grand opening, that grand night of that day of that fight, that I'll be ready to go. But that's just all of me convincing myself at the moment in time. While on the other side, I got a deep, dark presence that's over me that's trying to kill me, bro. It's trying to get rid of me. We all have things going on in life, no matter who you are in life. But once you accept it and understand it, you have to understand it first and then accept it and then apply it to be able to get the help that you need, and then so forth and so on. As men, we are the most stubborn of it all because we feel like we don't need certain things. We don't need help. We can figure it out. We shouldn't cry, show weakness and all that. But the concept of everything is all wrong. And that's why we mostly, as men, have the most problems in the world than anyone, because because of our toughness, because of our pride. And I always told myself many times, and to others that knows me around, that my pride would probably be the one that get me killed out of anything. But I'm happy to say that I'm a different person at this moment in time, mentally, physically, emotionally, and I'm ready to go. I'm in a happy place. And yeah, man.
I love that.
It's hard to explain.
I get it. I get it.
Explain. It's so much I could say, but I only go say what my heart is want me to lead to. And if you understand, then you understand. I always buy by the saying, what's understood don't have to be explained.
That's why I've always enjoyed watching and listening to your interviews, because you're not afraid to speak from the heart, and so we appreciate this very much. You mentioned the sports psychologist. Was this the first time that you've worked with one, and how long ago did that start?
Yeah. This has been the first time. This is the first time that I had to deal with a sports psychologist. And I've been with him like over a year now. Dr. Kurt Jones, one of the best in the world. And yeah, we've been going. It's like my father, man. He's like my brother, my father, like everything in one. My protector. You know what I'm saying? He's just, it's been incredible being with him, working with him, getting my mind right, because we just, in life, we don't understand who's going through what's going through what. Mental health is a huge issue. It's a big deal. And a lot of people are coming up about different things and stuff. And I'm, over the years it have been. And I'm glad that this is a top subject now in the world, because we all deal with a lot of shit. I mean, even from birth, just growing up in certain situations, certain times in life, seeing certain things, man, that should get you PTSD for sure. And then when you get in the environment of certain type of sort, no matter how successful you have been in life, when you go back and you see certain things, that shit go back down memory lane, bro. And if you ain't settled with the situation, or you ain't handled the problem, it's gonna bloom back up. It's gonna loom back up, and it's gonna be active in your life current today, because in the past it was active, but you didn't handle it. So it's like, I ain't going nowhere, motherfucker. I'm still here. So when you do get into a situation or a place or an environment that reminds you of a certain thing, it become active again. And with Dr. Jones, we've done many things. He taught me many things, and I understand a lot of things that I was dealing with, especially with the betrayal and stuff like that. Just mentally getting myself back together, because I really lost confidence in myself, and that was kind of hard for me to even say. Like, damn, I lost. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the most confident person I know in the world. And when things start happening to you and you start losing focus, in life, then you can't handle it. You can't do things on your job. They always say don't carry your problems out. Don't carry your problems outside into your workplace. But when it's depending on certain things, or when it's certain things, sometimes you just can't help it. Even though you try to avoid it, you try to block it out. You don't want to bring it to the place of work. Sometimes you just can't help it. It's just dead in your head, and most time it be a situation where you're like, I can't fucking believe this happening to me. Out of all I've done. All I've done for people, it's never enough. And you get a lot of people that's successful that understand this structure, or go down the same tunnel that I'm explaining right now. And most time it's always the ones that close to you, and the ones that close to you most time consider your family or people that you call family. And that be the ones that hurt you the most, because outside strangers can't do that because they're not close enough. So it just bounce off one wall to another. And everyone knows that when it comes to me, that I'm a homebody. I don't really go too many places. I sit around. I build on my compound, and I've been building for over 6 years. And this is where I build. I build everything here, so I won't have to go nowhere. I like to be out at times, but at times I just like to be alone with my children, enjoying them, teaching them, loving on them, providing for them, and educating them. That's the best part of my life, being able to have so many. I have 7 children, but I'm looking to have 7 more.
Wow.
If it was up to me, I have 50. You know what I mean? I love being a father. I love being able to educate, and the things that I went through in life, I explain to them. And as they get older, I explain even more. And every age they get, I explain even more what they didn't understand before. I'm like, well, when you turn this, I'll explain it a little bit more so that you get it. We all want our children to be able to go through life with understanding of all things. And sometimes you're going to miss some things along the way, but that's okay. Because I tell my kids, I prepare you, I give you the tools to succeed in life. And along your journey, you're going to be able to pick up some more tools to put in your backpack. But long you know the fundamentals of what you need to learn and the things that I've passed down to you, you're going to be all right. You're going to make it, because they have so much to look forward to. So many things I've done for them with life trust and being able to build for them. They will inherit things. They will have a huge head start in life, one that I've never could imagine in my life, but they will. And that's the beauty of it all, man, being able to see a situation, a dark situation, and then turn and put light on it and make it positive, and this is where I am. I'm still human at the end of the day. I'm not the one to complain about too much. I just handle what I have to do and get back out there. I try to be open and honest as possible with society or the way of the world or human beings, whatever we want to, or people, however you want to label them. A lot of people will look at you, look at your situation. The many things that I've said, I tell people I haven't lied about nothing that I've said. Anything that I've said has been my truth. And if it's my truth, then they said the truth shall set you free. So that means I sleep good every fucking night because I've let my truth. Now, many times people will take my truth and they'll dissect it and they say, oh, that's an excuse. Well, if my truth is your excuse, then that's up on you because I've told you the truth. Now you can take it and you can dissect it and you can display it any type of way that you want. You can chop it up and you can come out and make whatever you want. But I've told you my truth, and you want to make it your excuse, then it's so be it. Be happy with it. I'm all about happiness in life, and whatever they're going through, and they have to dissect one something that one have said and to make it in some type of sense of humor or make laughter out of it to be able to go about their day, then so be. For me, I revealed the truth, and like I said, the truth will set you free. So here I am, once again, getting myself back together, and it's not a comeback. It's the return of the king, man. It's not a comeback. It's the return, mentally, physically, emotionally. I just feel like a different person at this moment in time because of the burden that I had to cut loose. God sent me a message. He said, I can't let you continue. You can't rise. You can't prevail in this life when you got so many evil entities around you. You have to cut the burdens. It's just like a hot air balloon having weight on it. No matter how much you try to ignite it with the fire, it ain't going up. And you don't understand. Like I've been down this road 50 times, man. Why I can't go no more? And you can't see that you got fucking heavy baggage around you. You can't understand it right now. You still trying to, and this motherfucker ain't going nowhere until you realize that the people that's around, the baggage that you're holding, the burden that need to be cut is still lingering around. And once you start cutting shit, that's when you start floating up, you start elevating, you start rising. Because God said, you let these people ride with you for so long. They'd have benefited off you, your fruits of your labor. You risk your life for others' entertainment. But everybody want what you have, but don't want to put the same amount of equal work that you have provided and put into. They just want to benefit from you. And that's no more, you know what I mean? There's no more. But, these times that took this for me, I would have never seen a lot of things, still elevating in life, still doing, certain things. I would have never seen certain things. So I'm glad God had to show lessons, because in lessons come blessings. But only if you apply knowledge to life to become wise, you'll understand that true meaning of that blessing that have came through this lesson. And here I am now,
If we would have talked, Deontay, on June 2nd of last year, so the day after the Zhang fight, would you have believed that you'd still be fighting? Did you think that you would continue? Because everyone was sort of writing your career sort of obituary, for lack of a better word. But did you think like, nah, I'll be back. I just need a bit of time to figure this all out. What were you thinking back then?
Yeah. I've never thought about giving up. You know what I mean? I never thought about quitting. I never thought about retiring. These are all rumors and stuff. And these are things I'd be saying. People don't know nothing. Most people want to be first and then being correct. We are living in a world today where, you want to put everything out on social media to get clicks and likes to make some money. And whatever that means, whether I have to, whether I don't know the full story, I just know a little bit. I'm going to make the rest of it as I go. Hopefully I can get a good story out. Because I'm one of those guys that I'm not accessible, I don't make myself accessible. I like being at peace. I'm a peaceful man. People don't really see me out in the world like that. You know what I mean? And everybody have their own thing that they like to do. They like to go, they like to be around certain people. I don't really like to go a lot of places. I don't really like to be around a lot of people. I know the right people in this world that I need to know. And I go to, and I travel where I need to, you know what I mean? And that's all I need in this world. I don't need 100 friends. I don't need to be able to have to travel 50 different places. I don't need much. You know what I mean? As you just seen my babies, as they come out as soldiers, one by one, to say daddy. That's a sweet thing. They say, hey, daddy, and want to talk. But right now they have to wait because I'm handling something. But just to see those faces, man, you know what I mean? It make you get up every day. Like, all right, what's next? It's almost being like a service dog, being ready to work. Every time you get up, what's next? I'm like that with my children. You know what I mean? I love providing. I love educating. I love teaching. You know, and when they come and say those sweet words come off their lips, daddy, it's like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready for service, man.
Deontay, when you said a few years back that, I remember when you said this, and I actually on my show, I'd never met you before, but I was sort of defending you because I remember when you said that you wanted to catch a body, when you wanted a body on your resume. And I was like, everyone came after you for saying that. You shouldn't say that if you're a boxer. This is not the right thing to say. And I understood where you were coming from. This is the same thing we say, I want to go out there and knock out my opponent. I want to kill my opponent. I didn't take it literally, but a lot of people did. And I'm only asking that because I'm wondering, does that same guy exist? Do you want that guy to exist anymore, or are you a different fighter than the one who said that?
Look, nothing that I say that I don't regret saying. I don't take it back. People got to understand the structure of the business that I'm in. This is not, this is not no sport that we play. You can't put play on boxing because it's not a sport. Now, to say boxing is a sport is a masking agent to cover up what the real thing. This is a fucking gladiator sport. You got to have a heart of a lion. This is 1%. That's why you don't see many people in this business, because they won't do it. They're scared to do it. That's why you had to take your hat off for every fighter that step inside that ring, over those ropes or under those ropes, because they're the 1% that'll get in there, that'll do it. Many people on the outside can talk. They can say many things or whatever they want. But if I say something and you don't agree with it, if I say I want to kill him and all that, then you just as good as me, because your ass paying to see it happen. Yeah. Because you don't understand what we have to do, what we have to provide mentally, physically, emotionally. And as you see all my beautiful children that come out, but at certain points of the time, I had to get in the ring. I had to fight. I don't know if I'm going to get out of this motherfucker when I step in it. That's facts. Over 13 fighter dies a year, and it's probably up more than that that's just only being reported. How many other athlete dies in their sport? Because in boxing, we don't play shit. We ain't practicing for nothing. We're training. We're training to kill. And you got to understand the concept. When others on the outside looking in and they look at boxing, they got to understand the structure of what this is. So when a man say, I want to do this, I want to do that, then that's just how he feels. That's how he get his warrior mentality spirit to pump himself up to get in that fight that night, knowing that he can lose his life fighting for what he believes in. And I tell people all the time, I'll die for what I believe in. So if you can't handle the heat, you can't handle what I say, and you can't dissect it to make some type of sense in your own world, then go on with yourself. Keep it moving. Don't question what I say. Continue to watch what I say. And hopefully what I say don't happen. But at the end of the day, we signed up for this shit. And he trying to do what I'm trying to do to him. I'm just the one that being open and willing to speak my piece to you, than the other person that's willing to sit up and be politically correct. I'm not a politically correct type of person. And when I die in this world, people always remember that man right there said what was from his heart. He didn't give a fuck. He told the truth. He told you how he felt. He told you the realness of it. And I wish other people would be real with themselves and be real with the things that go around. And I ain't got time to be politically correct with people to piece things up to make it seem like it's safe or it's gonna be, we just gonna have a good time and no, I hope no one get hurt. Man, fuck that shit. This is what we in here for, to hurt you. This is the difference between other sports. This is not a sport. We can't say we play nothing. We don't play no football. We don't play basketball. We don't play baseball. We don't play soccer. We don't play tennis. Motherfucker, we're practicing we're training. Understand me? And anything you talking about training, the military train to kill. Gladiators train to kill. Any other animal in the animal kingdom, they hunting to train to kill. In this business that we're in, we're training. This ain't no practice because we ain't playing. This is training. Because in this business right here is no play. Me no play, no games. Understand me? And once other people start understanding it, they'll understand it, the concept of where I come from, or what I mean when I say certain things. Not just because, I want to kill a man and shit like that. Other than that, that's easy to do so. If I wanted to kill somebody, I'd just go get my gun and shoot somebody. That's about the easiest thing I can do. But unfortunately, this is a business. This is what we do. We train. That's why you ain't having your average mother or father trying to get their son or their daughter to participate in this business that we call boxing, is it? They're ready for them to go play basketball or go be a doctor or get your education where you can be a business person or get your education where you can be a lawyer or some shit like that. People avoid this. People avoid this, man. They avoid trying to be boxers and, parents getting their kids to be there because this right here, you ain't playing, bro. You training. You training to hurt somebody. Now, you can butter it up all you want, but I like to keep it real with people. I don't want them to be around trying to figure out what he trying to say. Well, he don't need to say that. Well, you need to shut the fuck up if you ain't going and just pay attention and buy the fight or go to the fight and see me do what I say I was gonna do. Because that's all you're doing. You just as guilty. If it's a sin for me to say that, then you're guilty by association. And that's the simplest way I can explain it.
Incredible. Thank you for that. And we'll only keep you for a couple more minutes because I know you have a busy day. Could I just ask? Sir. I know you've talked about you're hoping to fight at least twice this year, maybe 3 times. You have Tyrrell next. You're not looking past him. June 27th, BLK Prime, Wichita, Kansas. Do you already know who the next fight is? Is that already a done deal?
You can say so. I don't want to talk about it. But
can I ask who it is?
We got things going on. I don't know the opponent yet. It'll be out of the country.
Okay. Oh.
So it'll be one of the guys over there in the country that I'm going to.
Which country?
And we had that one, then looking to have one more in December as well. And I got to make sure I'm right. You know what I mean? I got to make sure that how I feel, I got to make sure it's right. You know what I mean? I don't want to coach myself. I don't want to hype myself thinking that it's something that is really not. I've been there, done that. That shit didn't work. But that's the only thing that I had to try to get myself together to understand what the hell is going on. Because you don't knock 42 fools out and come back and things start happening and things start going wrong in a negative way. You don't do it. It don't happen. But man, I'm just glad to be here, bro. I'm just glad to be here to be able to lead by example. The king has returned. Even I go through things in life. I mean, we all go through things. I'm just the one that's not afraid to express myself when I'm going through certain things or to show certain things. You know what I mean? You just never know who you're going to help. You may help a lot of people in the end when it's all said and done. And this is the greatness that you provide to your legacy. You know what I mean? It ain't just about being a great boxing in the ring. To be the greatest of all time, don't consider just a undefeated record or being a great fighter. To be a legend, to be the greatest of all time, consider what you do on the inside as well as what you do and provide on the outside. You know what I mean? And that's why I want to be legendary. And not only what I put in the work in the inside, but also what I do on the outside. The motivation, the inspiration, the education, the knowledge that I've been able to teach and provide and pass on to so many more or so many others that may be going through the same situations, maybe in a different situation, but it's a similar situation and they may not know how to have gotten out of that. But listening to me, I'm like, damn, I didn't think about that. Oh, wow. Maybe I should be realer with myself and not worry about what others may think or may say about me, because we live in a society where people are always worrying about what people are going to say or what they think about them. But I give a fuck about what others say. And I had to go down with eyes. Back in the day, they said, eyes. And that's me, man. I'm just being, I have a good sense of humor, man.
I appreciate it.
I just get to educate and be able to have people to understand certain things and look in on the situation and know that a lot of things happen to a lot of us, the best of us. But that don't mean give up. That don't mean quit. I'm not throwing in my white flag because there's no surrendering. I die for what I believe in. And that's crossed my heart. You understand? That's right there branded inside of me. So no matter how many times I may fail, understand as many times I may fail, it's gonna be the equal times I get my ass up. Because on one of those try, it's gonna come through for me. I'm gonna be successful. And when I look back, I'm like, man, damn, if I would have gave up, I would have never known the strength in this. If I would have gave up, I would have never known how much resilience I have in myself. If I would have gave up, I would never know how to persevere into a hard situation, especially when they're dealing with a worldwide stage, when the whole world is watching. Sometimes when the whole world is watching, a lot of people just don't know how to bounce back because maybe they're too embarrassed. Maybe they worry about what people may think of them or what they may look at them as. But for me, it's not that case. I block all that out because I understand that I am the king of my family. I provide for them. And when I look around, I understand all my good days outweigh my bad. So there ain't no complaints. They all took care of every last one of them. Everything that's around me, I look at my hands, I look at my career and what I've done with my career and what I've done with my hands. I look at the structure of all this compound that I'm on, the things that I've built, things that I've obtained, the things that I'm setting back for my children so they can inherit it from me, something that I never would have understood coming up because my father wasn't able to, and his father before him. But I told Pops, I said, I broke the chain, bro. What you need? I got you. I broke the chain, not only for him, but for my family as well, for my seed. So no matter how many I have, it's just gonna be a generation of Wilders, a generation of wealth of things going. For me, I own everything that I have. Pay it up on taxes. They need to get rid of that shit though. I'm tired of it. And I'm debt free. Can't too many people say that. I'm living good. I'm living life. But now it's time for me to be selfish in this business that I'm in. I got to enjoy it for myself and not for others no more. No, I got into this business because of my daughter that was born with spina bifida. Mm-hmm. And I promised her that I'll be able to take care of her beyond her belief, you know. And I didn't know where I was. I didn't know no direction of how I would get there because I'm coming from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Most things about football here, little basketball as well. So as a child, you see what you want to become, and I was around that, so I saw that. I saw the glory of it. I saw the hype behind it. You know, the fans and stuff like that. So you only want to be what you see. But God had other plans for me. When He blessed me with a daughter that was born with spina bifida, it made my life even more harder. I wouldn't say harder, but more challenging, I would say. And I like a life with challenge in it, because if not, then it become a boring life, and then you try to figure out as you go, what can I do to be entertained, or what can I do to make myself, have a little fun and stuff. Certain people can't even be in silence for 5 minutes. They have to be around somebody. They have to be at a certain place. It's too quiet. It's too boring. Yeah, maybe you need that in life to understand who you are. Because you can't show love if you don't have love to give. You can't have you can't say you love me if you don't love yourself. You still trying to figure out, but you talking about you love me so much. And then that when the betrayal comes, because they really didn't love themselves. So how can they pour something into you if they don't have, if it's empty inside of them, they don't have nothing to give. But the only thing about that is you learn that valuable lesson. When that glass breaks, when that picture that they thought they had something that they can pour into as far as a level of love, but it's dry inside and ain't no more love. And when they pick it up, the motherfucker slip out of their hand and it break. It's nothing that could be contained in it no more. So how can I give you anything when I can't even ball nothing up no more? My container have broken. So now you really realize the monster that I am, that I've been around you all this time. And I done nibbled off your ass. I was like a parasite. And I only fed off the good times. Because the bad times, well, nobody don't want to go through that. We're going to let you go through that yourself. But the good times, call me, Leroy. I'll be here waiting on you to have a good old time. Don't threaten me with a good time. But I'm gonna let you deal with this pain, this heartache, this sorrow. I'm gonna let you deal with this by yourself. Let you figure it out. And as fighters, you know, when we win with everybody else. But when you lose by yourself. It's a harsh reality. And a lot of people would never understand how a fighter would feel and why we say the things we say, or why we say the things, why we do the things we do. You'll never understand. You know, in which you made some things, you know, some things you can't understand unless you get in it. And there's a lot of people ain't getting in this, you know. But, you know, man, I can go on and on, bro. I'm just in a great place at the moment of time. I'm looking forward to June the 27th.
Can I ask you one last one?
Kansas, and I can't wait.
I'll ask you one last one. What do you want when the music stops? What do you want your legacy to be? How do you want people to remember Deontay Wilder?
I want people to, when the music stops for me, and I don't mean I'm gonna be dead either.
No, I mean the fight music.
Yeah, I understand. When the music stopped for me in the fight business, I want people to understand that he was a great man. He feared nothing. And even in his failures, he came back. He corrected them. He wasn't scared. He didn't surrender. He didn't give up. Many times what we thought he would, or we would expect on our own when our own observance of looking on the outside, looking in, and maybe because you care so much, he should retire. I don't want to see him get hurt. I want them to see that I ain't give up at all. I got up on these bending knees and I got up. And I started back gathering myself and got myself back out there. Each and every time, because I wasn't satisfied with the last performance or the last thing I've done. In my life, I always feel like there's more to do in this world. No matter what I've obtained or what I may have in life, I still feel like there's more to do. And I want people to remember me as that, a great man. Not only a man that just had a statue because of what all he done in the world and stuff, or for his city, or for his state, or for the world, you know what I mean? I wanted to say he was a real warrior, a king of God army, a man that saw life so different than others. That's why I want them to remember me as, you know, not just being a great father, but what I put in the inside and the outside of this world. What I fed to people as far as inspiring and motivating and encouraging. And no matter how hard life may get for you, it's never too late. You can continue to go. You can continue to be great. I tell people all the time, we all have greatness in us we all have greatness in us for service is only we all have greatness in us, for greatness is only determined by service. And for me to say that, I must apply that to my life as well. I can't say one thing and then do another. Then I would be considered a hypocrite. But I only must apply what I say to myself and to life. I must lead by example. And that's what I'm doing, you know. So when that music stops, man, I hope it's beautiful music while it's playing. And then when it stops, it still lingers and rings in people's ears. And when they hear it ends, they be like, I want to hear it again. But this time they won't be seeing that. They won't be seeing dances. They'll just be seeing the melodies floating in the air and be like, man, that was a great man. That was a great king. What a great leader. And I get a standing ovation every time they hear that music playing. Although they can't see it no more of me doing my action of my dance, but they can imagine it. While hearing that music play, baby.
Much respect, Deontay. Thank you. And I feel like I could run through a wall right now. Wishing you the best. June 27th in Wichita. It's great to have you back. And I'm happy to hear that you're in a great spot. Again, happy Father's Day and good luck to you. We'll be watching and looking forward to it very much.
My man, blessings. I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day.
Same
I'll talk
to you.
later.
Thank you so much. There he is, the one and only, the inimitable Deontay Wilder. We've had a lot of classic interviews on this program. I remember there was one with Henry Gracie back in the day where I think he gave us like a 13-minute answer or something like that. There's obviously been some Nate Diaz interviews. That one is up there where you just kind of have to let someone, as the kids like to say, cook. You just have to let them go. And Deontay is one of the most interesting characters in the history of combat sports, not just boxing. A fascinating individual who, by the way, is 39 years young, 43-4-1, 42 of his 43 wins via knockout, 2008 Olympic bronze medalist, hence bronze bomber, 2007 U.S. National and Golden Gloves champion, has been fighting as a pro since 2008, former WBC champion. And what's interesting about the current state of his career, the average age, so he's 39 turning 40 in October, the average age of the ring top 10 heavyweights is 33. The youngest in the top 10 is Daniel Dubois, 27. The oldest is Zhilei Zhang, number 8, 42. Dubois, number 2, returning July 19th against Alexander Usyk. Speaking of Usyk, he's 38. Fury's 36. 10 of the top 11 are in their 30s. 4 are over 35. I say this to perhaps say he's not, if you look at the rest of the top 10, top 11, he's not exactly over the hill past his prime. Now, obviously, you have to win. Obviously, you have to perform. His last win was a first-round knockout of Robert Helenius in October of 2022. He's lost 2 fights in a row against 2 of the better fighters in the heavyweight division, Joseph Parker, December of 23, and then, of course, Zhilei Zhang, June of 24. And we all thought if he would have won that fight over Zhang, he could have gotten the AJ fight. That didn't come to fruition. And there's a story. I was going to ask him about that, but we sort of ran out of time there. There's been a constant theme in boxing recently where it's like, hey, if you win this one, you got the big one coming up. And it sounds like he's got something coming up. But don't look past Tyrrell Herndon, who obviously is not, a top 10 guy. And one would suggest that, this is a tune-up fight, a comeback fight, whatever you want to call it. But he is 24-5. He's on a 12-1 run. 4 of his 5 career losses are via KO, and it's happening in Wichita. So this feels like, okay, it's a little bit out of the limelight. It's an opponent he could beat who has been knocked out. All right, let's see. And then if he could get back, then there's a couple big fights. The AJ fight is still out there. We had Dave Allen on the show who's coming off the big win over Johnny Fisher saying that he wants him. There's a ton of guys. There's Bacoli. There's a ton of guys out there at the, heavyweight division level that he's fighting at that he could face next. It's airing on BLK Prime. It's not this Friday, next Friday, June 27th. It's a very busy few days in combat sports. There's PFL that night. There's obviously International Fight Week on the 28th. Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. on the 28th as well. This is the promo. By the way, have you guys seen Deontay Wilder's gym? He has one of the all-time great home gyms. I was going to bring it up as well, but again, I was just letting him cook. This is his home gym. How is this possible? I mean, he lives in Tuscaloosa. This is not... This is his home gym?
I thought this was like an AI 3D rendering the first time I saw the video.
What the? How's this? It's like the nicest gym in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty legit.
That's the compound? Bro, what is that?
What is this, a humidor?
Look at that. It's a throne. Anyway,
Mike in the middle?
Mike in the middle.
Want to introduce him?
Yeah. Just for like a regular training session on a Tuesday afternoon. He's got to get introduced. What a fascinating guy.
I feel like you need key card access to get in the gym. There's like
I feel like you got to put your eye up to
the eye scanner.
Yeah.
By the way, you were talking about like some of the all-time answers and things. I feel like off the top of my head, Diego Sanchez talking
yeah.
about the change to the nickname Lionheart was like a
Oh my
30
God!
minute
Yes,
answer, I
yes,
believe.
yes. And then we did a video like where we sped it up.
Yeah.
That's right. PT, sorry for keeping you waiting there, but like Deontay was cooking. So
Actually, we told Pete that you were going to throw to him for the next question.
Oh.
Make sure he stayed locked in.
Stop.
And then we told him, like, hey, we're just messing around. But what question did you have ready to go, Pete?
I didn't have much. I'm not going to lie to you. I was lost. I felt like I was at mass there. Fair play to him.
We're going to do something like, are you sure? Or would you like to word that another way?
What do you even say, like, at that point? You know, I was worried for Ariel. What does he say? You know, does he find a gap here to sign off? It was
Ariel
aggressive
kept
stuff
raising
from
his
Deontay.
hand, but
I was like,
couldn't see him.
I was trying to, and I know he can't see me. I was trying to, but you know what's the
Excuse
thing
me?
that's a little bit heartbreaking about it all? Like he keeps bringing up a trail, and there have been reports about things that he's had to deal with in his personal life, and you feel like he's still working through it, right? And not the first fighter to speak like this necessarily, but I appreciate him just sort of bearing his soul there, but it does seem like he's still, when you have that betrayal in your heart and whatever those emotions are, you're still working through something. So I am curious to see what it translates into. And I don't know if you guys remember, PT, you were in America when he got knocked out. It was the same day as Poirier Makhachev, the newer card last year. And when he got knocked out, I was like, okay, that's probably it for Deontay Wilder. So let's see what it all translates into come next Friday. Mr. PT Carroll, what do you want to see Kamaru Usman do next? I think we were all kind of assuming as we transition back to this past weekend, we were all kind of, okay, Buckley's going to, he's going to get by him, and now he's in that Brady, Rakhmonov, Gary territory. He's not. It's actually Usman. What does he do now?
Yeah, first of all, I think, Buckley was a big favorite. And I think if you look at what's been happening in the welterweight division, I think we were all kind of expecting this to fall in line with what's been happening. And that is the younger lion eating the older lion. Like, that's what we've been seeing in this division. And we've been seeing these new guys emerge in the title fray. The division is completely different to when Usman was champion. And I think the most impressive thing about what Usman did is if you look around all the other guys who were trying to get to that title, they've all kind of fallen out of that conversation. Leon obviously losing to Bilal, then losing to Brady. Bilal being beaten by Jack Della Maddalena. Colby Covington has been beaten by Buckley. Jorge Masvidal is just getting back into the promotion. You wouldn't imagine he's anywhere near the title conversation. For Usman to come back after so long out and look that dominant and look vintage in many ways, it was so impressive and unforeseen. I really didn't expect that to happen. I do think it solves a problem for the UFC in that we were kind of talking about it on Friday on the crack, and I know the lads were as well. We're reaching a situation here where the UFC, we're going to have to be kind of forced to match some of these prospects against each other. Unfortunately for Usman, he's put himself back in play to be another, like to be... to play kingmaker for one of these guys into the title conversation. I think that kind of suits the UFC because at Buckley won, there's a whole bunch of guys there you could have put into a title conversation. And I think that's what makes the division so fun at the moment. These new guys vying for titles, these new guys you can put in title situations. I think Usman can act as a buffer, as the litmus test for one of their championship progressions, whether that be Gary, Brady, who knows at this stage. He probably won't be too happy about that, but having been the champion for so long, I think he'll understand how the game works, and he will definitely be used as a test for one of those guys and getting them into the title mix as far as I'm concerned.
Can I tell you what I'd like to see? I would like to see, so we're obviously getting Islam versus JDM. I would like to see Brady versus Gary. Gary tweeting about Brady over the weekend. Did you see that?
No.
He said something. He said, I think we have the tweet, right? Do we have the tweet, guys? There it is. Sean Brady apparently saying, I'm avoiding him by calling out Bilal. I'm calling out Bilal because he's a former champ that is currently ranked number 1 and KO'd you. But if you wanted it, I'm in. I've never said no to anyone, and everyone knows that. And so that's the fight that I'd like to see. As far as Usman is concerned, there's only 2 options for me. Number 1 is the Bilal fight. The Bilal fight makes a lot of sense for multiple reasons. Number 1, they've been going back and forth. Okay, there's a storyline there, work or shoot, who knows. And number 2, you're not risking knocking off a future title contender because I don't think the UFC, if we're just being 1,000% honest, is too eager to put Bilal in there, and I don't know if they're too eager to put Usman back in there. And so the point is, no matter who wins or loses, it's not like there's a fear of, oh, if this guy beats this guy, now we're eliminating this guy, if you know what I'm saying. And so to me, it's either Bilal or Rakhmonov. I kind of feel like at this point, the period in which Rakhmonov can claim being the top guy is sort of running out. It's probably going to be almost a year since he last fought. And so a fight against Usman could put him back in there, or it's a win for Usman over the top guy. Now he's really back in there. Brady, Gary, Islam, JDM, and then depending on who's ready when and how long Usman wants to take, as far as time off in between fights, because remember, this was almost 2 years between fights. That's what I'd like to see as far as what's next for him. Bilal versus Usman or Rakhmonov versus Usman. EJ, what do you think about that?
I like Rakhmonov versus Usman more.
Why?
I don't think you solve much of a problem with Bilal versus Kamaru, because whoever wins that is going to think that they deserve the title shot. So while you're not eliminating one of the young up-and-comers or these guys are in their 30s, but while you're not eliminating one of the fresher names, you are creating now an Usman or Bilal claim to a title shot. So I don't think it doesn't close off an option, but it now creates another potential title shot for somebody who is a been there, done that type name.
He was talking title shot afterwards, but no.
If they match him up with Bilal and he wins.
Oh no, but after this one,
he has a claim.
He was talking about.
Yeah, not after this one.
No. But if he beats Bilal, who's the number one contender, now you're like, okay, if I'm Kamaru Usman,
Bilal
I want
isn't
a
the number
title
one
shot.
contender though.
No, isn't he number one in the rankings?
I mean,
he's number one in the rankings, but in actuality,
that's what I meant. By the way, I'm not saying I consider him the number one contender, but he is number one in the rankings, and so I would rather see young versus old again. I would rather see Shavkat versus Kamaru, see if Kamaru still got it. And by the way, he's been game to do that. I mean, need we remind the short notice fight he took against Hamzat Chimaev and looked pretty damn good in it. The dude's a savage. Shavkat versus Kamaru. That's for me. That's what I want.
What do you think, GC?
I mean, that's a great fight that he mentioned. I still feel for Shavkat if he has to take another fight, having already gotten the title, then taking the Ian Gary fight, everything like
this
that.
happened to a lot of people. Charles,
I understand. And I mean, honestly, when you think about it more, when are we going to get Islam versus JDM? October?
I think October. I think that Abu Dhabi card.
Man, so it's just like this. You have this very long line, and now we're going to wait, 4 or 5 more months before we finally see the title. Shavkat versus Usman is nice. I really want to see Brady versus Gary. I think the heat there, and they're two young guys. That will decide who can be next for the title between them two. And then, I guess from there, it's just like if you do Shavkat versus Usman, then what do you do with Bilal? Michael Morales?
I mean, could you do Buckley? Could you do Buckley, by the way? They both lost around the same time, I think it's not the worst fight.
If you're Bilal, though, that feels like a real
feels like you're going
down
the rankings. Joaquin versus Leon?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that one too. I'm not really thinking.
The Bilal situation.
Here's the thing, though, right?
Tough.
Say Shavkat is ready to go, and you have Ian fighting Brady. Ian, it's just say hypothetically, Ian beats Brady. Are people going to get upset that Shavkat is then overlooked if he's ready to go for a title fight and Ian's there and they push Ian into that title fight? Shavkat, I think it's unfair because he's obviously been injured, but he's undefeated. He is the guy. Recency bias is playing all types of games against him now. But, I've had to be reminded of this myself because I was very high on Brady after the Leon fight. And I was reminded of, how could you not push Shavkat in at this stage? He's undefeated. He was meant to be in there. He didn't get the shot because of injury. If he comes back after this fight, even if Gary and Brady is played out, would people get upset that Shavkat is not getting the fight, even though he defeated Ian, albeit by a very slim margin?
But then beat him next. Shavkat gets the next one. Beat it like a Kamaru Usman, and then hop right in there. You're next up.
Yeah, I think with the timeline, Shavkat is going to have to fight again.
He'll have very little momentum by the time all this plays out. You know what I mean?
I really am. I am curious in, I guess, 9 months or so, who is fighting for the title after the JDM Islam fight.
Yeah. You get the idea that Shavkat's knee is in a bad way. It's been a long time now. That is worrying. Just from a fan point of view, from a guy who covers the sport, with this guy had so much mystique, the boogeyman for sure, even though Usman disagrees, as he said in his post-fight interview on Saturday. this is a worrying length of time he's been out for now at this stage.
You know what's crazy? You look at the top of those rankings right there, man. Like JDM, welcome to the top of the mountain. Like, look at the killers that are waiting for him. You know,
and not included in this list, Islam Makhachev.
Oh yes, great point.
Pound number one, about to move up.
And by the way, go all the way down to number 8. There's a boogeyman waiting there, who I think is going to be like the guy. There's always that one guy I feel like in every weight class, everyone's like, yeah, no thanks. You know,
that was Shavkat. You have two undefeated guys that are icing everyone.
That was Shavkat, but not that long ago. Remember, it was also Carlos Praches, and then that quickly didn't happen. So these things are just
and it was
all
Ian Gary.
fluid.
It was all these guys.
Honestly, Joaquin was looking pretty unbeatable at 170. He was like a minus 300 against Kamaru Usman at one point last
Brady.
This is why the argument is.
Yeah, Brady was undefeated going into the Bilal fight. I forgot about that.
But it's almost like you can't ignore those guys anymore. Morales to me is just he's terrifying. He's gigantic for 170.
Could this be a golden age for welterweight? You know, when you consider like all these guys we're going through here, lads. Like all were like the guy. You know, we were like, he's the boogeyman. They were like, actually, every single one of these guys.
Actually, I'm the boogeyman. That's essentially the entire welterweight division.
Yeah.
PT, I think it's a great era. My hot take is that we've granted these title shots a little too willy-nilly. Everybody's number one contender. Everybody deserves a title shot. I just don't think it's true. Like, outside of Shavkat, I really don't think, like, everybody's done that much to be in this, like, vaunted territory. Like, Ian Gary just lost to Shavkat. He just lost to Shavkat. I know he beat Praches, but, like, he just lost to Shavkat. This is not, like, an undeniable guy, just quite frankly. Like, do more. Ian, beat a Bilal, beat Sean Brady. Now I'm more into the conversation. Outside of Shavkat, I don't see anybody as really, like, Teflon.
Maybe the fight, by the way, for Buckley is Israel Adesanya.
That would not be a bad one with the heat between them.
That'd be spicy.
We can't to 185.
We can't even read all the stuff here. I mean, we'd get killed. It's like just go look it up
it got spicy.
for yourself. Is he just sitting there in his classic Sunday morning spot where he does the fight reaction videos, and he's just like, I hate this guy. Which what I appreciated about it was it felt like he was just a regular dude. You know, you're watching a fight like, I just don't like this person, or I love this person, and he's like, I just don't like this guy. I don't like him. And then I guess that got clipped off. And then Buckley responded to him. Buckley has fought at 85 before, but I don't know if that's something that makes sense for him at this point. But it could be something. By the way, speaking of 185, MVP versus Jared Cannonier added to the Chicago card in August. I don't know who that was. That PT who did that?
Yeah.
You like that one?
Was.
You like that one, PT?
No, not really.
Why? Why?
Well, I mean, like from Venom Page's situation, like that is
another middleweight fight.
That is different. You know what I mean?
That's a big boy.
Come on. Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
crazy.
think he was going to stick around at middleweight after the sharp. I thought it was just like a fun thing, and then I'm going back to 170. I don't know if I've ever really
doesn't even cut weight.
Yeah,
you know, like he's not a big guy. Cannonier is a very different story. We know the thing about Cannonier is he's knocked people out at heavyweight, light heavyweight, and middleweight. He is a unit. Like he is dynamic. He can take you down. He can bulldoze you. I don't know, man. Like I love watching Michael Venom Page fight, and I think there's lots of fun fights to make for him, even at welterweight. Still, I don't know, dude. I think the size difference is going to be crazy.
Can I make one counterpoint? I would study that Caio Bahayo tape. Like, he struck with Cannonier for 5 rounds, looked pretty good doing it. I think there's a path to victory for Venom Page if it's not a takedown fest. If
he definitely has a path to victory.
What about Izzy versus Cannonier?
Yeah, but this is different. Now we're going back to like world championship level guy. I'm talking like, I mean, actually Caio might be, but that fight was expected to be like Caio's going to take him down and control him. Stood with him for 5 rounds, looked like the more competent striker, if we're being honest. And I think Cannonier is fantastic. I think Venom Page is live in this as long as he can avoid takedowns here. Now, if I'm Cannonier, you know, that looks like an easy path to victory. But no, I agree with you, Pete. Physicality-wise, like different levels. But if it turns into a striking battle, I think Venom can pull that off.
Just a counterpoint to that, I think the reason why Caio had so much success in the striking department is the constant fear of if this guy takes me down, I'm fucked. You know,
the training
like
will certainly be different. for MVP versus Kaya.
Like he's not worrying about a single leg coming from MVP. You know what I mean? He is
Imagine.
not,
I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah. It's look, he is a serious pair of balls on him, MVP, and I love watching him fight. I just think if I was picking fights for him, that wouldn't have been in the top 20. But fair play to him.
It's 70, right? I would rather see him at 70.
Yes, that's why it wouldn't be in my top 20, because I just thought that was just a one-off, a fun fight against Charbullet. So he's going to stick around. He's not just sticking around. Like there's a gap between Cannonier and Charbullet.
He's trying to get into the top 10 at 185.
Yeah, I mean, you beat Cannonier, you're talking about top 5 guys at that point. You know what I mean? In my opinion, he's still very much in the mix. By the way, am I crazy, or Caio Borralho still doesn't have a fight, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Like I would have suspected Caio versus Cannonier more so than
we've been doing this thing with
who is this guy?
We've been doing this thing with Nasruddin, right? Where it's like he won't fight me. No, he won't fight me. And they're just like going back and forth when that is the natural fight to make. That is the fight to make, and we just won't get that fight for
he hasn't fought since August, the Cannonier fight.
And
10 months.
He's been ready to go. Like super frustrated. Thought we were getting Hamza. Thought we were getting a whole bunch of fights. By the way, speaking of International Fight Week, Peyton Talbot fighting on International Fight Week. He got a new fight that was announced. When was it? Maybe late last week. So there it is. Peyton Talbot, Felipe Lima.
Not an easy fight.
No, not at all.
14-1, man.
Throwing him back in there. No sort of tune-up, no bounce-back fight. I'm happy that they're putting him on this card, so they still believe in him, but I'm very curious to see what he looks like. You know what I mean?
This would be a really nice win for him. Lima's got wins over Naimov, Miles Johns. This would be a nice win.
It's incredible how quickly it changes, right?
Oh my
in
gosh.
terms of how you get matched. Like you lose one, you're like, all right, let's fucking see then. Let's fucking see now. We're just gonna throw you in there with some other savage. Whoever can swim, we will go with him. It's
he's the underdog. He's going from being a minus 900 or whatever he was against Theoni Barcelos to a plus 135 against Felipe Lima.
Wow. Speaking of that card, International Fight Week, obviously a lot happened with Islam and the belt and Ilya moving up. There's some talk right now between Ilya and Paddy. I've said it. If Ilya wins, I feel like they'll try to make that fight for the belt. Umar Nurmagomedov was on a podcast talking about this whole situation and how it played out. Let's take a listen and react to it.
Почему он вообще прилетел? Как это получилось?
Вот и само прилетел. Ну, такой, знаешь, как он очень сильно погружен в работу, и это тот человек,
Actually, you know what? Let's go to the beginning of the thing, and I'm gonna read the subtitle in case you're just listening to this, because if you're listening to this, we're kind of screwing you here. Okay, let's start again, and I'm gonna read it as it goes on. Here it is. Why did Hunter come to Dagestan? He came to see Islam. He's deeply involved in his job. He's the person who organized Khabib versus Conor. He's the person. He's a big fan. As far as I understand, he's a big fight fan. He's talking about Hunter here. He wants to organize big fights. He came here. To be fair, I don't know if I should say this or not, but they wanted Islam to move up. They wanted to make Topuria a champion at 155. So it's not because Islam wants to move up. It's because they want Topuria to be a champion at 155, because they think he will sell fights. So Hunter himself comes all the way and asks you to move up. The plan was if Bilal wins, Islam will defend his belt at 155 against Topuria. Now, since Bilal isn't there anymore, Islam will move up to 170. He will be a double champion, inshallah. So I understand, and I think that's what we all suspected, but it's like, this isn't pro wrestling. Bilal could have won that fight, and so if the theory is they wanted Ilya to be champion so badly, they were still going to book Ilya versus Islam if Bilal won. If Bilal wins one extra round in that fight in Montreal, we're getting Ilya versus Islam. And that meeting was before the title fight. So I don't know. I guess my conclusion is I wish we were just getting Ilya versus Islam in
of course.
11 days.
How about Hunter showing up to Dagestan to be like, listen, you're a great champion, but we like this other guy.
Yeah,
that sounds mental.
Yeah.
That is mental. Like, listen, you've been great, Islam, pound for pound. What about moving up, mate? We have another lad, sells a lot of pay-per-views. What do you think? And he's like, yeah, all right. That's crazy. I don't think that happened.
Yeah.
I think we're missing a few caveats here, I believe.
Even if that wasn't the combo, right? Because I'm with you. I don't believe that was the combo. That's what happened in practice. They literally took the belt off the longest reigning champion. Well, what's the revision? They literally stripped the guy with the longest championship reign right now, and we're like, yeah, just take it, fight for it, Ilya. Like, they did that.
Well, that's why I said
they did it, but there was no way that was the pitch.
No, that's not the pitch to Islam, but they literally did it.
Why couldn't we have seen Ilya versus Islam? Islam wins. He goes and fights for double champ status.
I mean, if you're following the narrative that they've laid out, it's because Islam's going to beat Ilya, and they're not going to get Ilya as their champion.
Okay, but
Islam fully understands.
But by the way, isn't that better for Islam because then he could be double champ? Isn't that what he wants? Isn't that what
he thought he was going to be double champ regardless, but
I don't know if there's
the
ever gonna be
plans
another
got a
double
little changed up. But certainly, I think we can all agree we're playing a game of telephone here. I don't know how Umar laid that out.
We're playing a game of telephone through a translation as well.
Yeah,
through a translation.
The other we were just like,
but truly,
Umar off the dome about a trip like 2 months ago through a Russian translation.
But
a couple things might be getting lost there.
While we're joking about it, they literally just did it. They were just Islam.
That's fair.
So thanks for your service. Go fight Jack. Your title's now going to be disputed by Charles and Ilya. Great, thank you. It's just, I don't know, it's sloppy, man. It's all sloppy.
Speaking of which, now you got Justin Gaethje coming out there and saying like, hey, well, his manager is saying he's going to retire if he doesn't get the next title shot. So that means him fighting. And by the way, him versus Ilya or Charles is a fine fight. But it doesn't. I remember when they booked that UFC 300 fight against Max Holloway, I was like, why would you take this fight? The title fight's happening in 2 months. You're next. You're next. And now he's out there saying, well, that was just an exhibition. That shouldn't count. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah.
I have.
They owe me a championship fight. I'm 3-1 in my last 4. I'm not going to fight any of these motherfuckers for fun unless they pay me so much more money. And then he also continues to call. Do we have that clip where he continues to call the we don't have the clip. Okay, well, he said it. You can find it. He continues to call the Max BMF title fight an exhibition, which.
But they owe Arman a fight then as well. They owe loads of lads fights.
I just disagree in that they owe him a title shot. I mean, he's 3-1 in his last 4. 2 of them were against Fiziev, who's not even in the top 10 at lightweight. He's also gotten 2 cracks at the lightweight belt as well. And just the depth at 155. I'm not certain that they owe him a title shot.
No, the UFC don't owe anyone shit. Like that is their stance. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? We're gonna do what we want. Like that is what they do. And that's what they'll continue to do as far as I'm concerned.
It's just a shame because the people that lose the most are the champions. Which is, how is this possible? The most important people in the company, the people who will make the most money for you, the ones that will earn the most money for you, are the ones that are being disrespected the most. Tom Aspinall could be on his second defense, third defense by now, if this thing was resolved. The Islam on this crazy win streak is losing his belt. Ilia Topuria, after being this incredible boost to the featherweight division, is no longer a champion. It's bizarre, man. The business is in a weird spot.
It is.
I understand, he's at the very end of his career. He wants one more crack. He sees Dustin get another shot, this and that. But like the truth is, he probably would have been next if he didn't take that BMF title fight, and he did. And it's going to hurt you. And then there's other guys like Patty who have come up since. To me, Patty versus Justin is the fight to make.
That's the move. Yeah, that's the best thing you can go for right now.
And if he beats Patty, he's probably right there, right? I mean,
yeah, and I think a lot of people would favor him in that fight. Patty's shit hot at the moment, but everyone would, we've seen it before when Paddy gets matched with the guys like this. I think a lot of people would obviously look at what Gaethje did to Chandler and think this could be a harder fight. We've heard for years about Gaethje's takedown defense. Obviously, that was kind of destroyed by his fights with Khabib back in the day and losing by submission and everything. But he's still a brilliant fighter, like a legend of this division. And honestly, I think it's a great fight for Paddy as well. Like it's a more fan-friendly fight than Arman or someone like that. So maybe he does feel like he's in a good position to get a title shot if Ilya beats Charles, but a fight with Justin Gaethje certainly is no snub. Like that would be a massive, massive fight, whatever card it was on.
Speaking of Arman Tsarukyan, I did see that he tweeted that he's the backup fighter for UFC's upcoming title fight UFC 317 lightweight title fight. He said, I'm the backup for UFC 317. I sent that to his management team and asked if this was in fact the case, because it would seem to suggest maybe a mending of the fences, because it seemed like they were upset that he didn't go through with the title fight. And I didn't get a word back.
What
So
gave you
let's
that
see.
impression that they were upset?
Just sort of feeling the vibes. I didn't get a response. Let's see, but I don't think that would be the craziest thing in the world. All right, let us move along now. Great pleasure. Very excited to speak to our next guest. He is always very gracious with his time. He's always ready and willing after, the majority of his fights, which are wins. Sometimes they don't go his way. He's always coming on and providing great perspective. And he was on his own YouTube channel last week with his head coach, Tim Welch. I thought providing very smart, measured, mature reactions to what transpired in Newark a little over a week ago. We're speaking to Sugar Sean O'Malley, who is kind enough to join us right now to talk about it all. Looking forward to this and appreciate this very much. And there's the little guy. Hello, sir. I'm speaking to the little guy.
Uncle Ariel, what's up, brother?
What's happening? Is that Mateo?
Mateo Montana.
I love it. How old now?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. You know what's crazy about this, Sean? I'm watching. I never watch Embedded, if I'm being honest. I don't know why.
Uh-huh.
And it just popped up on my YouTube, and this is like the week of the fight, and the thumbnail is you with a baby, and I'm like, what the hell? and not. I know your daughter's a little older, and this, like, you didn't say this to anyone. I know you were kind of off social, but it just kind of happened. You kept it to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I did with Atlanta too, actually, but this time it wasn't necessarily intentional. It just I wasn't on social media, so there just was never it never got brought up.
And going through a camp, and obviously your partner is doing all the work. She's the one who's actually pregnant, but it's a lot going on, right? How was it balancing the two lives?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's funny timing. He was conceived about 10 days before the first Merab fight, and he was born about 10 days before the second one. So she was pregnant the entire from the first fight with Merab to the last fight with Merab. So it was pretty crazy timing.
Happy Father's Day, by the way. Now father of two. You love the babies, right? Thank you. I heard you talking about the smell, the calmness, the peace.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This right here. This makes a loss a lot easier to deal with coming home to a healthy family.
Yeah.
And so definitely helps.
It's different when you come home and maybe you're alone and you just sit there and ponder. I've always said kids provide the best balance in life. Even when even if you're not a fighter, if you're just a regular guy, you can't get too hung up on the work because they need you. And if you're thinking about this, you're not present here, so they almost force you to be a more balanced person, right?
Yeah, no, I would totally agree.
And so here you are just chilling. It looks like you have a nice scenery behind you. You have a healthy baby in your arms. It seems like life is good. You're okay.
We're doing well, Ariel. We're doing well. Life is good. No complaints over here.
How are you processing what happened 2 weeks ago?
You know what? It was a lot easier to deal with the second time around, not having to get, the first time having to get surgery right after the fight. That was, coming off a loss and surgery back to back. That's difficult. Coming off the loss, still healthy, feel good, family's healthy, everything's good. It's a lot easier to deal with. Merab's good. And I mean, he's, I think he's number 2 on the pound list right now. He's got a good style to beat me, and it is what it is.
So when you're in there and you're getting ready for, by the way, the yawning is unbelievably cute. I just have to say, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
What an amazing blessing. When you're getting ready for the fight and you're saying all the right things, you're telling us that you're healthy, you're in a good space. Was any of that for the interviews, for the show, or is there truly no excuses? Were you 100% healthy? Were you truly in a great place? Was it all accurate in the aftermath?
I mean, I don't think anyone goes in there 100% healthy, but I had I had a great camp. I was able to wrestle, was able to do most of what I need. I went in there very confident, very, ready to go.
everyone was dissecting all the little things that you were doing and saying. Number one, you didn't dye your hair this time. How come?
I just didn't want to sit, and it's a long process, and I just really didn't want to sit and in that chair for 8 hours.
Okay. Are you superstitious?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you're not the type of guy who's like, oh, I've dyed it for X amount of fights, I have to dye it. You just didn't feel like doing it, so you didn't do it.
Well, I mean, Danny, my wife does my hair too, and she also was kind of like, not in a position, not in the right. She was only a couple days out of pregnancy. She didn't really want to do it either.
Sure, I don't blame her. You changed. This is an incredible view, by the way, and it's just very symbolic of like the person that you've become and how you've evolved into this guy. Look at you. This is incredible. You're holding the baby properly. It's just wonderful.
Oh,
do you change diapers too?
Yeah. Oh yeah, change diapers. I wanted to be I remember wanting to be a dad in middle school. I was ready to change diapers, and a lot of guys right after their baby's so little born and they a little hesitant to hold the baby. I was excited for it. I love this phase.
Middle school. That's a little early.
Oh yeah, it was a little early. I broke up with a girl in middle school because she didn't want to have kids. So I was like,
wow.
I knew I wanted to have kids.
If she was down, you would have had kids back then?
No, not then. No,
okay.
not right then and there. I'm just saying in general, she didn't want to end up having kids ever. So I was like, I was just here. Let me give him to his mom real quick. So
okay. All right. No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Danny, will you come grab him?
It's a beautiful thing.
So
especially.
She's coming to grab him.
Okay.
Yeah, she's coming to grab him. I didn't want to leave too long, but it's hot here in Arizona. It's 110 degrees. So little dude's probably just getting a little warm, but.
Oh, and there's the dog as well. Look at you. You're living the dream. Can I ask? I was surprised with the. There he goes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. If she can hear me, I don't know if she can.
AirPod.
Okay. Yep. Different walkout music. Why the switch?
Yeah. I don't know. It just I don't know. I just randomly kind of wanted to switch it up, and then I had that song in mind, and then they said Trump's going to be there. I was like, man, all these are all great signs for me to win. Didn't happen, but it was still the walkout was, that was a cool memory. That was badass.
Okay, so no regret. It didn't put you in a different spot. Sometimes the music gets you in a different headspace. No regrets about any of that.
No, I was feeling super American. I watched that Netflix, the Osama bin Laden one.
Yeah.
And I watched that a couple weeks before the fight, and I was just feeling American as fuck. And I was like, let's go beat this little Russian or little Georgian or whatever little dude.
Okay, so the fight is playing out. First round, he's obviously taking you down. You're stuffing some of them. I think in the end you stuffed 7 of his 12 attempts. How are you feeling after 5 minutes?
The first round. Ideally was going to go in there, not get taken down the first round. That was the plan. I think they take me down once or twice. That, I thought it was a, fine round. I thought it was close. He probably won the round, but I was, I wasn't I was good going into the second round. Stuff every takedown. I didn't get taken down once. Was wrestling really well. Felt good. Third round. I don't remember how he took me down, but he took me down, and I think I got up 3 times, and he would mat return me, and made a mistake. He went to a guillotine. I didn't think he was going to go to that, that kind of a guillotine. I thought he was going to sit in a front headlock, kind of like how he usually does, and I regret trying to wrestle up from there, knowing how much time was left now. That was just mental. It was a mistake, obviously. Fucking got caught, and that sucked. Really fucking sucked.
Were you aware of how much time was left? Like, did you hear the clapper or anything like that?
No, there was 18 seconds, so I didn't.
Oh, right, right.
I didn't hear. I didn't know how much time was left. I felt like in the moment, I remember thinking like I've been on my back way too long. This is not what we wanted to do. I wanted to get back up to my feet. And I was like, I have to get up. I have to get up. And I made a mistake in getting up. Jane, watch out. Made a mistake in getting up, and he lost me the fight. He felt strong. That little fucker felt way more strong than he felt the first time.
Okay, I was literally just going to ask differences between him this time and back in September. Strength, obviously, you just mentioned.
Strength. He just felt really fucking strong.
Really interesting. And you weren't expecting that, obviously. I mean, how much?
I knew he was strong. The first fight, he felt really strong too. Like he definitely didn't feel weak by any means. He just, the little fucker was, he was strong.
Was there anything else that surprised you about him this time, as opposed to last time, or since last time?
No, not really. I mean, no, not really. Other than just feeling strong as hell.
What do you think if you fight Merab 10 times, 10 in a row? What do you think your record is?
8-2. No, I don't know. I feel like this. For me to earn another shot at Merab, I gotta be undeniable. I have to go on a streak. I have to, win a lot of fights in a row, and there's a world that happens. I definitely. I know I'm capable of beating Merab. I also know he's capable of beating me. But there's still there's gonna be part of me that always wants to get that one back. He's the only guy to ever beat me, and Cheeto beat me, but I got that one back. I proved that one was, that one played out the way it was supposed to the first time. So that one will, I don't want to say bug me, because at the end of the day, if I play out my career and I never get that one back, I'll be happy with how everything played out. But there's a world where I'm undeniable and get that one back. But yeah, I'm happy for him. At the end of the day, I don't hold anything. Like, it's not like I'm, Merab's fucking, he's on a crazy streak right now. He's the greatest bantamweight of all time.
Yeah, there's absolutely no shame in losing to him, and I could foresee him sticking around as champ for a bit. What about you? Like, just looking at the landscape, you talk about you being undeniable. Do you think he's going to be around for a bit at the top of the mountain here?
Yeah, I mean, what is he, 30, 34? He's definitely getting up there a little bit. I think he's in his prime right now. No denying that. So I think he's still got another, solid year or two to stick around.
How do you think Sandhagen does against him?
I don't know. There's one way to find out, and let's get those guys in there eventually. But Corey, in my eyes, is one of the best in the division. I mean, hands like skill for skill, competitiveness, just finding ways to win. He's up there, so it'll be interesting.
I know it's relatively fresh, but do you think, have you even started to think a little bit about whether you'll fight again this year?
100% I'll fight again this year.
Okay.
Question is when.
Yeah, what are you thinking? What are you feeling?
To be determined. We'll see. We'll see how things play out. We'll see.
Sometimes when these things happen, we hear fighters call up Hunter or Sean or Dana, whomever, and say, like, get me right back in there. I want to fight in a month. I want to fight in 2 months. Are you feeling like that now? Or are you thinking like back end of the year?
Ariel.
Bro,
you're funny.
I feel like, what do you mean? I feel like you have a fight already based on your demeanor.
No, we'll see. I'm going to see how this week goes. I gave myself a solid week, 10 days to just kind of relax. And, I'm going to see how I feel this week. And I don't have an answer for you right now, but I'm gonna see how I feel this week.
I'm just looking at who's available. I mean, I feel like we're gonna see you International Fight Week at this point.
You never know.
You're healthy, right?
Yeah, I think I'm for the most part I'm pretty healthy. Again, I don't think any fighter's ever just like, all right, I'm 100%. You're always dealing with some bullshit or just dealing with a little something. So, but for the most part, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
When you came on before the fight, we talked about the potential of you moving up to 145, and we spoke to Tim about it as well, Tim Welch. Is that in the cards in the immediate future now that this is played out, or not yet?
I wouldn't say immediate future. God, I was talking to Tim about that the other day. It's like, I can make 35. Like, it sucks. I suffer. I die. Everyone does it. They get down to their weight. I was like, I was just like, how much? Because I know I'm stronger than I felt in there. But I don't know how much, if losing a certain amount of muscle makes sense to get to 35 for me. start to get to 35. But I don't know. I'm still definitely next fight will be at 35, for sure. But eventually, someday, yeah, I think we'll move up.
Is it getting harder, the cut?
I wouldn't. I mean, they're all always equally as hard. They're all just. I mean, they're all 9, 10 out of 10 hard.
Okay.
They're always. You're on the brink of fucking feeling like you're gonna die, but you get there. We get there.
Yeah, we saw on your YouTube channel. We just showed it. Everyone should go check it out. Like it doesn't look fun. I mean, and I know. I mean, we saw Kayla's footage as well. It looks like hell, truly.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it makes you very grateful for being able to just kind of be able to drink water whenever you want, or kind of at that point you don't care about food. It's not like you want a cheeseburger or a piece of pizza. You want liquids. You want some aminos. You want some electrolytes. So you want those kind of things. So it makes you very grateful to be able to drink those throughout the day whenever you want.
Is the weight cut easier when you're a father? Because and I say easier because it's like you can't quit. You need to, like, you're not just fighting for yourself anymore. Do you think like that, or is that putting too much on your shoulders?
No, I mean, you definitely think of stuff like, you think of your family when you're sitting in that hot tub you're on minute 20 and your heart's pounding and your mouth is so dry. I mean, you think of your family, you think of stuff like that for sure. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to make it regardless. I mean, I made the weight before I had a family. I'm going to make it, with that doesn't necessarily change anything. It's fucking, I guess you could say it's a little boost of motivation.
How'd you like Newark?
It was interesting. That was the hood. We stayed in the hood.
Really?
It was cool. We had a very nice little Airbnb set up, which was nice. We had the whole team out there, but Newark was different. It was good memories though. It was great memories. A couple rainy days. Cruising with the squad to train in the afternoon or at night, and at Plino's, Alex Pereira's coach's gym, and it was great memories. The whole team, we had a really good time.
I saw you doing the Pereira Plino shuffle there. It seemed like you were loving it.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, good memories. I thought for sure I was gonna get the W. I thought everything was just the signs were, the stars were aligning. I thought for sure it was the moment, but damn it.
Why? And I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, but like, why does it seem like you're taking it so well? A lot of people are sometimes depressed, devastated. You seem to be handling this so well. How is that?
I remember hearing, I think it was Naval said happiness is a skill a long time ago, and I believe that, and I think it's just like life's about perspective, and if I put all the good things in my life, if I think about those things, it's hard not to be happy. It's hard to be sad. I did feel almost guilt. I'm like, God, I feel like I should be more sad. I'm such a competitor. I want to win so bad. I put so much effort into this fight camp, so much, blood, sweat, and tears into this fight camp. I feel like I should be more upset, but then I'm like, ask myself why do I think that? It's like I wanted to win bad. I gave it everything I had, and I came up short, and I gave it my best effort. That's all that you can do, and I think back to routine for me. Routine's very important for me. Back to eating healthy, back to sleeping, sleep schedule, eat good, hydrate, work out, like check all those bases off, and it's hard not to be happy. So, it's on to the next.
You talked before the fight, obviously, about no more weed, things like that. Are you going to partake again, or are you sticking with no more?
Yeah, it was funny how that whole lead up was about all the stuff that I quit doing.
Yeah.
So I could beat Merab. I'm going to quit all this stuff so I could beat Merab. It was never about that. I didn't get off social media, quit smoking, and do all this stuff so I could beat Merab. I did all that stuff just to put my mind more at ease, more at peace. Like even before all that, I felt like I I felt like I was a happy person, didn't really deal with anxiety or depression or anything like that. But there was this like low level of anxiety I kind of would always have.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I didn't feel like I should have that. I'm like, why would I have that? And I didn't think it was anything I needed to add. Oh, I need to add this so I can feel that way. I was like, okay, maybe it's something I need to subtract. Maybe it's something I need to take away from. And it was, so I stopped. Marijuana is great. I took a couple puffs when I got home, and I didn't really like the way it made me feel. It kind of made me this paranoid feeling. It's like, I don't know. Ever since I had kids, it changes almost a little bit. So I didn't really like the weed too much. So I've not really haven't been smoking, haven't been on social media.
Wow.
And that still feels, that wasn't something I was gonna do for fight camp so I could beat Merab. That was a life changing thing. It wasn't just like a fight camp changing thing.
So that's every form, right? Snapchat, X, IG.
No, yeah, Snapchat, IG, Facebook, all that. Nothing. Don't get on at all. Haven't once this year, and it's 100% been life changing for me.
And there was no sort of pull to go on. Okay, the fight's over. Let me just go dip my toe back into all of this.
I feel like if I would have won, I would have wanted to get on Twitter a little bit, maybe get on IG, look at some highlights and shit. I don't think I would have, because I also know like just that one little, you swipe up, that'll get you. So I don't think I would have, but losing made it easier not to get on. I don't want to see that shit anyway. So yeah, no, I haven't had any desires or urges to do that.
It is wild how big of a storyline that was going into the fight. The weed, the social media, your hair. You're doing interviews, to be as crass as possible. Like you're doing interviews about your masturbation. Like this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting there with the UFC backdrop and people are asking you straight up questions about that. That's wild, man. That's not really like a normal thing for an athlete to talk about before a performance.
I think a lot of it to do was like the first fight, he beat me. It looked dominant in some people's eyes. There wasn't the rematch wasn't necessarily the biggest. I think it was probably the biggest fight you could make at the time, just the way the division was laid out. And I don't think it was, wanted super. It wasn't like the fans weren't craving it too much. And that was kind of what got picked up was that stuff. So, it is what it is.
I've talked to some fighters who say they don't go on and stuff like that, but it's annoying for them. I've even gotten voice notes from them saying, please don't send me anything. Not that I was like a mass thing where it's like, don't send me this guy talking about me. Don't send me this clip. Do you have to tell people in your life? Because I feel like your friends and family are always inclined, like someone talks shit or someone does this, they'll send it to you. You don't want to see any of it because then it goes down this rabbit hole. Have you had to do that as well?
I pretty much everyone that has my number is been good. Hey, I'm off social. Like I don't want to. Like the reason I'm off social is because I don't need to see all this shit. But the thing, I do still see stuff on. I still watch YouTube.
Got it.
And I'll still see things. Way less, but I still see things. I saw Cody Garbrandt saying I looked like shit against Merab. That dude looked sharp last fight. That's all I'll say.
Okay, so when you see that stuff, do you feel some sort of way? Does it piss you off? Does it aggravate?
It was a little annoying. What was annoying is like when I saw his hair was braided and he's got those face tattoos, I was like, fuck. That's how people see me. And it was just so embarrassing. I was like, oh God, I need to fucking get a new look. That was embarrassing. I was like, holy shit. That was an eye opener. I was like, God damn it. That's how people probably look at me. It was embarrassing.
Did you watch his fight?
I did.
What about Wellmaker though?
The dude that knocked out Moutinho.
Yes. With that right hook.
Yeah, that was nasty. I saw the highlights of it. I didn't see was that second round?
First round, like 2 minutes in.
First round?
Second straight right hook knockout in the UFC. Third if you count Contender Series. He's nasty, man.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check him out. But I did see the highlight of that, and that was a nice right hand. That was beautiful. Poor Moutinho. Fuck.
Yeah.
Feel for that guy.
Yeah, you know him. He was tough against you, and so that speaks to just how talented Malcolm is. Also, Jan, maybe you may have seen in the immediate aftermath, sort of reveling in your loss. Did you?
Peter?
Yeah.
I did not see that. Inform me.
Okay. No, I don't want.
Go ahead.
Oh, he was just.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We're here. Go ahead.
All right. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be that guy.
No, you're fine. I'm curious now.
Okay.
Inform me.
Okay. Let me just pull this up here. It was literally seconds after the fight. He said this is what happens when you're handed things you didn't earn. Back in line, buddy. 21,000 likes on that.
Wow.
Like
all right.
minutes later, 1:36 a.m. So, yeah, there it is. In case you want to read it.
This is what happened. You're handed thing in there. Back in line, buddy. All right. Well, got no good reply.
Okay.
He's fighting my buddy Marcus though. My buddy Marcus. That'll be an interesting fight. Marcus is super skilled. I'm excited for that fight.
Marcus McGee. Yeah. Is this one that you think is inevitable? You versus Jan at some point again?
I wanted to fucking win and get that, me versus Jan for the title rematch would have just been so epic. I'm sure we'll run it back one of these days, but maybe not. Maybe I'll just will never give him the opportunity and I'll just have that one over him forever. And him and Aljo can bitch and complain about their losses to me together. Maybe I just never give him that one.
Yes, Aljo was on our show last week talking about, the loss and how, he didn't get an immediate rematch against you. You got
Aw, shoot. That sucks.
Do you think he should have gotten one?
The reason I got a rematch against Merab, I thought I won 3 rounds. I won 2 rounds, he won 3. Me versus Aljo, I knocked him out in 7 minutes, so it depends who you ask.
I was watching your breakdown with Tim and Smitty, right? That's who you call him?
Yep.
He was pushing for you versus Umar.
Yeah, Schmitty was pushing for me versus Umar. I heard Umar's I think he's out for a little bit, isn't he?
Okay. I don't know. You I think you know a lot more than you're leading on, to be honest. But did you like that idea?
Umar, yeah, that's definitely interesting. We'll see how the division plays out here soon.
Oh, wow. I feel like I'm going to open my phone like tomorrow morning. He's back. UFC 3.
Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, we'll play this too.
We'll see.
No, it's good. I think this is good. This shows that you're not just sitting there licking your wounds in a dark room. The show goes on, as they say.
The show goes on. Yeah, I want to capitalize on my youth. I'm 30. I want to take advantage of being when I'm healthy. I definitely don't want to sit around and not fight. This is what I do for a living. This is what I want to do, and I get to do this. And I definitely don't want to sit around.
Did you talk to the president?
Just shook his hand after the fight real quick. That was it. But no, nothing other than that.
He didn't offer any words of encouragement, wisdom?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah. That's all right. You didn't need it.
No, I'm all right. Life's good.
Yeah, and you're not going to go on vacation or anything now because you just had a baby.
My life is a vacation, Ariel.
Yeah.
Even if I am gone, I'm like, I want to go home.
Yeah.
I love my house. I love my property. I'm building up my custom dream house right over there. I got all my recovery tools and cold plunge and saunas and all my stuff at my house. So it's like anytime I leave anywhere, it's pretty much just want to go back home.
Yeah, it's an inconvenience. So what you're building, so where are you living now? If you're building the house?
I'm living in the house that's on the property. I'm building the house, another house, yeah.
And then what will you do with the one you're currently living in?
I haven't fully decided yet. I'll probably put a little poker room in here, poker room in the living room, have a couple offices in the house, guest house for if someone, some family needs to come over, maybe need to bring a training partner in for a specific opponent. Just have it open for that.
I was wondering if I could come by.
Uncle
up.
Ariel, you're more than welcome anytime. Once the new build should be up in November, December, and
Oh, wow.
you're moved in. So more than welcome to come try the Java House, Tim's coffee shop.
yes,
Check out the
yes.
gym.
I'm going to be on Tim's pod on Thursday, actually.
There we go. Okay. You need to come do it in person.
I would. Oh gosh, I would love that. I mean, look at this weather. It looks fantastic.
We would do the Timbo Sugar Show. We'd come back. We're doing special episodes only whenever I feel like it, and that would be a special episode.
That would be incredible. We will do that. And let me just ask you, as far as like the house is concerned, what makes it the dream house? Like, what makes it special as far as what you're putting in there, the one that you're building?
It's just a huge master bedroom and bathroom, and the the living room and kitchen are super open, and huge ceilings. I'm putting a slide in there for my daughter.
Wow.
The top from the upstairs down to the bottom. I'm gonna put a really cool like indoor kids like jungle gym room upstairs, and it's gonna be epic.
That's incredible. Well done and well deserved. Last question. Could you tell us, you don't have to tell us the actual name, but is there a name on your mind right now as far as who makes sense for your return?
Yes.
There is.
Yeah.
And who is the name?
It's a bit, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel this week.
Okay, but there is someone there. Is there a date as well?
Just depends on how I feel. There's, it depends on the date depends on how I feel. The date or how I feel depends on.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unravel, but as of right now, I'm chilling, recovering, hanging out. I'm continuing to. I'm gonna go. I went and drilled a little bit this morning. Didn't really train too much, but drilled a little this morning. So we'll see how I feel this week.
Love it. Thanks for doing this, man. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Happy Father's Day again. Great performance, and we don't take it for granted. So really appreciate the time, and looking forward to seeing this fight in like a couple of weeks that you're hinting at. Can't wait. Thanks, Sean. You're the man.
Yep. Peace out, guys.
There he is, the great Sugar Sean O'Malley. Very much appreciate him coming on, and that's interesting because sometimes it's like, hey, I'll be away for 6 months. Sounds like there's something cooking, right? It sounds like there's something there. What is it? Well, let's just look at the roster here. Umar, he says, out for a bit. Jan's got a fight. Corey's fighting. Is it Song? Is it Davison? Is it Batista? No, they're kind of boys. Is it Rob Font? Cheeto? Henry? Is it Henry? Zahabi? I don't know who it is. Hey, maybe it's our next guest. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's our next guest. Our next guest stole the show this past Saturday in Atlanta. He wanted to fight in his home state. He's from nearby Augusta. He got the fight in Atlanta, the UFC's first fight back in Atlanta since 2019. And yeah, obviously Usman gets to win, Rose gets to win, former champions, legends. But I feel like everyone was talking about Malcolm Wellmaker, about his vibe, his entrance, the knockout, how he set it up, the post-fight stuff, everything. I mean, it feels like we are watching a future star, a future superstar, a future champion develop, blossom in front of our eyes. He had a tremendous Contender Series showing, right hook knockout. He had a tremendous UFC debut a couple months ago, right hook knockout. He had a tremendous return back home to his home state of Georgia, right hook knockout. He's kind enough to join us right now. Let us say hello for the first time on this program to Malcolm Wellmaker. There he is. Hello, Malcolm. How are you?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Man, it's such a pleasure to watch you compete. Just watch you, man. Always a massive smile on your face. You're so happy. You're so positive. You're so appreciative and grateful. And then you perform like that. I just want to say off the top, congratulations on everything going on in your life, because it's a real joy to watch you from afar.
Thank you so much, man. I try to stay humble. I try to take in every moment, and I know everything I got right now is just some of the biggest blessings I dreamed of for a long time. So I'm glad to be here.
Have you always been this type of person, just constantly smiling and being positive, or has this developed over time?
Yeah, I think as far back as I can remember, man, I've always been a pretty happy guy, somewhat bubbly. Yeah, man, I realized how much the people resonate with it, so I just lean into it even more.
And so obviously this was a big opportunity for you, right? You were talking about this. You're from nearby Augusta. If they would have gone through with the card and for whatever reason you couldn't get a fight, they said it's full, whatever. Would you have been bummed? Would you have been devastated if you weren't fighting on Saturday?
Yeah, I was bummed because I thought I wasn't gonna fight. I mean, we was getting close. Matchups wasn't happening, and I badly, wanted to compete on the Atlanta card. So I was bummed, and when it came through, man, it was a dream come true.
Because it was just a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, it was. I got the phone call on June 3rd. It was 11 days out.
And where were you when you got the call?
I was asleep. My phone was ringing, and I woke up. I turned over. It was my manager. The previous matchup we had fell out because of an injury, and my manager, it was an 18-second call. Jason House. He said, "The green-haired kid fought Sean O'Malley. Kris Moutinho. You want to fight him?" I said, "Hell yeah!" And he said, "Okay, I'm on it," and hung up. That was it.
That's incredible. And now at that point, were you like sort of coming to terms with the fact that this won't happen? This won't come to fruition?
Yeah, after the last guy we had, we found out he got injured. I thought it was over with, but my manager, like I said, he held on to it and he kept saying it was gonna happen.
Did you know who Kris Moutinho was?
Yeah, I watched Kris Moutinho fight Sean O'Malley live. I remember it, and I even remember seeing him get the ice cream sandwich afterwards, and being a fan of him and how tough he was, how much heart he had, and rooting for him. So when the name came across, I was very familiar with him.
And so we're talking about your demeanor and how you look at life. Because you were fighting at home, were you super anxious? Were you nervous? Did you feel the pressure of trying to impress your state, your city?
Yeah, I felt that pressure naturally, but not enough for it to actually affect me. When I was in the warm-up room, I had the nerves a little bit, not much more than usual. But once I walked out and they dropped my song and the crowd went crazy, man, I was right back to the person I am when I'm in front of the lights.
Okay, we'll get to the song in a moment. But speaking of the warm-up room, the footage that was dropped afterwards of you doing the exact same sequence that you pulled off, like, look at this. Bro, what the hell? I mean, this is beautiful. You go to the body, then you fake to the body with the same kick, and then you knock him out. Except the difference is that wasn't a hook. That's more of like a straight right overhand. So tell me how you did this, because I think I've watched that knockout like 1,000 times now. Everything from the first kick, the setup, then the fake, then how precise and clean that right hook is. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful knockouts I've ever seen. It really was.
Yeah, man. Man, my coaches are geniuses. If I wish I could, I might even start doing it, recording them and saying they think this is going to be it. Wow. And lining it up with the knockout. The past two fights, the two knockouts before him, it was the same exact scenario. They predicted the exact entrance, the exact shot. And it just so happened that we were working the concept, at least, for the knockout that happened this time. They knew working the legs, working the body was going to make the knockout so much easier. And that's where I started at. Once I started seeing him really bite on the feints and knowing that the damage to the body was hurting, I knew it was only a matter of time that the knockout was coming.
If you could you describe what does it feel like to connect with a right like that and the body just go like that clean, that beautifully, perfectly? What does that feel like to a human being like you?
It's absolutely insane, man. The same motion that you do when you hit a bag, but instead you hit a target, and the body that you hit just responds by collapsing, and the sound of the shot, the sound of the crowd, reinforcing the moment. Brother, it's astronomical. It's incredible. I can't even put it into words.
How many times have you watched it?
I can't count them, more than you have.
Yeah, I bet. All the different angles as well. There's like one from the cage, there's the broadcast, fan cams, right?
Yeah, man, it's too good, man. Every time I have a moment to sit down and watch it and look at the shots that led up to it, man, I'm just admiring it. And oh man, it's perfect. It's gonna live on for a long time.
You've had some great knockouts. Fair to say that's number one?
Yes, sir.
What about the walkout? So you wanted to represent. I saw you say at the post fight you had a bunch of songs. You had two, and then you went with a different one, right? So tell me how we got to that song and what that song means to Atlanta.
Yeah, man. So it's a ton of. So even regionally, whenever I fight, I always try to pick a song that's special and has some type of tie with me and my audience. And a lot of times when I fight in Atlanta, because I fought in Atlanta regionally plenty of times, I always go in an Atlanta artist. So I wanted to come out to Future or Young Thug, and I narrowed it down to 2 songs that, you know, really get me in the zone. But I felt like they was a little bit too underground. You know, they was a little less known. And so for the week of the fight, I was putting together an Atlanta artist playlist just for me to warm up to, move around to, hit mix. And I came across, oh, let's do it. And I was like, man, why did I not make this the song? And so fortunately enough, I hadn't sent in the song yet. And I played it. And one time was all I needed to make a hard decision that was going to be the one.
You also said a few times in the post-fight that you were looking to get ratchet, I think it was the word. What is ratchet? What does that mean to you, ratchet, when you say that?
Man, getting ratchet is just, you know, having a good time, getting a little rowdy, breaking a couple rules with the guys that I grew up with, man. We all got a little checkered background, you know what I mean? And we have a good time. We got so many crazy memories. And those was all the guys that came to the fight. So that's kind of what I was talking about.
Did you actually, in the end, get ratchet?
Nah, I didn't.
You didn't?
Fortunately enough, because
I thought you wanted to get ratchet.
I did, but by the time the fights wrapped up, it was like 1 a.m. I met up at the hotel lobby with all the people who come to see me, you know, from Augusta, Atlanta, just so many local guys. And by the time I got done, you know, taking pictures, shaking hands, and holding conversations, it was like 4 a.m, man. And it was time for me to go home, you know. So no ratchetness yet in Atlanta, but this weekend I might make up for it.
And forgive me for asking, is ratchet the same as like lit? Is it the same as crunk, or are these different levels?
Yeah, right. They all brothers. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Is ratchet an Atlanta or a Georgia thing?
Probably, I would say so. It's probably more often used in this area.
And could I ask, what about this? You said checkered past. What is this checkered past that you're talking about?
So particularly, I mean, most of my Atlanta homeboys is guys that I went to college with. So I went to Georgia Southern, but I got expelled from Georgia Southern. And at the time when I was out there, man, we was all pretty wild boys. I mean, we partied all the time. A lot of the guys that was also out there at Georgia Southern with me was guys that I went to high school with. I also got kicked out of high school and went to alternative school. I got a spotty history, man. It's not necessarily the focus of what a lot of people know about me. It's more so the blue collar stuff. But man, before I got into the trade, man, in school, I always got in trouble. You know, I ran into the law a couple times. And me and my friends, you know, when we look at where I came today, that's the kind of stuff that makes it so valuable because, you know, I lived far from a life that you would have thought would have led to something like this.
Why did you get expelled?
From the high school or the college?
Oh, okay. Well, let's start with the high school.
Well, I was at this school. It was actually a school that had a big drama program and like music program and stuff like that. And I was a problem child, always getting in fights. They always, you know, was giving me detention and stuff like that. Well, one year I found out how to make fake tickets to this big show that they was doing, and I got caught making counterfeit tickets and pushing them at the school. So they kicked me out for that. And then in college, I got into an altercation with a police officer during a fire drill where they was trying to search my apartment. Long story short, it's a lot of details, but that's essentially what happened and ended my career at Georgia Southern.
Okay, and what year were you in?
I went to Georgia Southern in 2012, 2013.
No, meaning like was that your freshman year, your junior?
Yeah, that was my freshman year.
Okay, so
I wasn't there long at all.
What did you do after that?
I came back to Augusta and I stayed at my mom's house for about 6 months. I worked at Food Lion. And then I picked up a second job at a call center making $850, and I worked 2 jobs. And me and all my ratchet homeboys moved into a house where the rent was $600. It was trapped out.
Oh my!
And we stayed there for 6 years, bro. Me and my the guys that do my videos now, the camera guys, my brother and my best friend, they stayed with me in this house. We rented that house for 6 years, and that was around the time when I got into the apprenticeship for pipe fitting, and then shortly after started fighting.
So at this point, in these early days, you are not a fighter, right? You're not practicing martial arts. You're not doing anything, right?
No, I never had a boxing lesson, jiu-jitsu, wrestling class, not a single anything before the age of 22 when I was in my second year of apprenticeship already.
Who introduces you to this?
I had a guy in particular. His name was Cal Mathis, and another guy named David Cornforth. Fitters and welders in the trade. I was working at a plant with them, and I was starting to get out of shape because I was drinking beer all the time. I was in the construction industry, and the lifestyle was just getting worse and worse. And I wanted to get in shape. And these two guys in particular had done MMA or jiu-jitsu in their past, and they were like, "Hey, man, you should try MMA. You can get in shape, and then you can learn to defend yourself." And so that in turn led me to trying the gym that I'm at now, and I met those guys, the Faglers, and I never left, and it snowballed into this.
Were you aware of UFC? Like, did you watch fights? Were you a fan at all?
No, man. I knew Jorge Masvidal, John Jones, and Anderson Silva, and that was literally about it.
Wow.
I knew nothing else. I never saw a live event ever. And when I got into the sport was when Conor McGregor was, I believe, about to fight Nate Diaz for the second time. And so I became like a Conor fan because the craze was, all about him. And that's when like my UFC fan life started.
So when you're just like starting out, are you taking to it right away, or are you getting beat up? Like, what are those early sessions like for you?
This is a funny story we always tell, but on my first day, I got dropped by two of my coaches.
Wow.
I mean, they head kicked me and put me on my ass. And I was hard-headed enough to show back up the next day. And they said they knew after that I was going to be able to make something of myself. But yeah, it was, bro, I was the worst guy in the gym for a long time. I only did kickboxing. So when I decided after about a year to transition into MMA, the high schoolers was putting me on my back, and I was a grown man working a construction job. I mean, I was the nail and never the hammer for years and years. But I was seeing progress, and Pops, Jake and Joel, my coaches, his dad, convinced me I could be somebody, and I bought in.
When did you start to believe like this could actually be a career for you and not just a fun thing on the side?
I believe that I could actually do something with it when I got invited to fight for Jorge Masvidal on Icon FC. It was my second pro fight. A guy from First Round reached out. He put me on the show, and I got a knockout. It was one of my craziest knockouts against Langston Sykes, and Jorge Masvidal gave me $1,000 in cash and told me that I was going to be famous.
Wow. And that's when you were like, okay, this could be a thing.
Yeah, no, that was literally when I was like, okay, maybe I can go to the UFC, because I mean, locally I had Augusta shows, and all the coworkers and family and friends were like, oh, you gonna do big things and this and that. And I was doing good, but like, I didn't think I could go to the UFC, but when I made it to Icon, and somebody who I've known for years and looked up to and admired, who's been on the highest level, tells me from their own mouth that I'm going to be able to do it, then I was like, okay, maybe it's really real.
And according to your Tapology, you had 9 amateur fights. You went 8-1, right?
9-1.
9-1. Okay. So you had 10. A lot of guys don't have that many amateur fights. Why did you have so many?
I had so many because my coaches wouldn't let me go pro.
Oh man.
Think of it. But that's really the approach that they take. They try to develop the guys in the amateur scene as much as possible, try to take the hardest challenges that we can find before we go pro, so that when we do, we can really be active. And I think when I went pro, I took like my first 5 fights within a year, because I was just at a place where I was ready for that competition.
And so those amateur fights, you're not getting paid for them, right?
No.
You were probably like, come on, man, let me go get paid, right?
Yeah, I was sick of it.
Even if it's a couple $100, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, man. Fighting as an amateur is tough. And especially when you get to the point where we were, I remember traveling to Florida, like driving 7 hours. We even drove to Virginia once for a fight, because eventually locally it's hard to find the tests and challenges that you need. So it was real frustrating, but man, it paid off in the long run.
And so when you're, when you're climbing the ranks and you're this is all coming to fruition, are you ever thinking like, yo, if these guys don't tell me to do this, like, what would my life be? Like, do you ever play that game? And what do you think your life would be? Like, who would you be right now if you don't have these two guys in your life who say like, hey, you should try this out. You could defend yourself, have some fun. What would you be doing now?
I think about that a lot, and I honestly don't know. I don't want to throw like the cliche out there like that. I got a lot of friends that's like dead and in jail, because thank God a lot of people that I grew up with and care about, none of them are dead. But I do have a lot of friends that are either in jail or have a criminal history, or just have, careers that's somewhat dead end. And I never thought myself to be somebody that was going to be significant or have an impact on the people around me or even be memorable. So I have no idea where I would be. I mean, I'd probably be in the construction industry, you know, seeing as I was already in it. But other than that, I really have no idea, man.
How did you get into construction?
Man, this is funny. So my mom, she worked in the office for a pediatric center. So she was at the front desk, and there was this lady in the office who was dating a pipe fitter.
Wow.
And this pipe fitter was like tricking off on her. I mean, he was spending money on her, and she always come to the job talking about how her boyfriend's a pipe fitter. He make money, he do this, he do that. And my mom was like, what's a pipe fitter? How do you get in? And so she finds out about the union and finds out that they do the application process twice a year. So she gets the information, sends it to me, and she's like, Malcolm, you need to go do this. They make good money. And I didn't know at all what a pipe fitter was or what they did, but I went down to the hall. I did an application. I did some interviews, and they do like some standardized tests for math and reading. And I scored pretty high, man. And I think every year or twice a year, they do the rankings for everybody who applied. And as they need apprentices, they call down that list based off of the scores. And I was like score 5 out of, over 100. And less than 3 months, maybe after I did that application process is when I got the phone call to join the apprenticeship. And I was in construction ever since.
And how many years were you in construction for?
Close to 10, a few months shy of 10 years.
So
Yeah.
especially now that you've gotten on everyone's radar, I saw the videos that you were posting of you at your job. This is a tough gig, man. Look at this stuff. This is you preparing for your UFC debut. Like, look at this life that you had. That's 7:30 in the morning.
man.
So, like, what was your typical day before you left the job? What's your typical day like?
So Monday through Thursday, I would have to clock in at 7 a.m. and we get off at 5:30 p.m. 10-hour shifts Monday through Thursday. Sometimes we work Fridays. And this was the most recent job I worked. So the job I maintained for the last 2.5 years of my pro career, this is what it was. And so Monday through Thursday, I get off at 5:30. I bolt to the house. I get to the gym by 7, and I train from 7 p.m. until about 9:30 or 10, depending on if I have partners that'll stay late and work with me. And then Friday mornings, I'd wake up and I'd go for a run. Friday evening, I'd wrestle. Saturday morning, I'd wake up and lift. Saturday evening, I do rounds. Sunday morning, I do jiu-jitsu. And Sunday evening, I do conditioning. So work and training Monday through Thursday and 2 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Aren't you exhausted?
Yes. I was exhausted. I was sick. I wasn't able to be there for my family, friends, events, vacations for years and years and years. But I held on to this dream and it paid off.
Did you have any kind of social life during this period?
Not really, man. My life is work, training, come home, and my complete social circle was just training partners, teammates, and just my close family.
At any point, are you like, man, I'm doing all this and I don't know if it's going to happen? Like, did you ever lose hope in the midst of it? Once you start to believe, once you get the money from Masvidal, did you ever think like, maybe this is not going to work out for me and it will all be for naught?
Yeah, man. I had many of those moments. There were jobs so when I worked at that 2.5-year job, there were jobs where we had opportunities to travel out of state for weeks at a time and make big money. A lot of times I had to sit out on those jobs and I didn't get to get ahead like all the other guys. Crazy story, but in April before my Contender Series fight, I had this truck, a F-250 I bought. It got repossessed because I was going broke. I couldn't keep up with the bills I had. It was tough, man. And a lot of times it got dark and I didn't know if it would be worth it. I didn't know if I would ever make it to the UFC or even if I'd have success in the UFC. But like I said, man, Pops, Jake, Joel, man, they kept the belief in me. They kept pushing me. They kept telling me it could be done. And I stayed the course.
That's wild because that Contender Series fight was in August of last year, right? And here we are, like, so this time last year, June of last year, you're on the verge of getting your car, repossessed and not being able to and look at you now. Would you believe this? If we talked this time last year, would you have believed any of this?
Nah, I wouldn't even believe if they told me I was gonna be on your podcast, bro.
Oh, man.
My manager told me that you wanted to talk. I was, over the moon. And so this is all crazy. My life has done a complete flip since, even less than a year ago.
Incredible. What a story. It really is amazing. And it's for that reason that it's so fun to root for you, truly. And then after your debut, you decide to quit, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Yeah. because, for me, being a union worker, first of all, I can call at any point down to the hall as long as I got my dues paid and ask them to put me to work, and they'll tell me where to go. It might be local, it might be up the road, but I can go get a paycheck in the industry any day that I need to. So I always have that cushion behind me. I have a really good name in the local, so work's not hard to find. But with a cushion like $50,000, my bills are paid for a good chunk of time, and it gives me the ability to not have to be exhausted and not have to be tired and having just a little bit left in me at the end of the night in my training session. I mean, I'm training twice a day, 3 times a day, and my energy levels are through the roof. I'm working with these guys at the Performance Institute, and I'm learning all this stuff I never knew. I mean, just my potential and my ceiling has risen so much, and it's because I was willing to take that chance at being a full-time athlete.
And so you're done with that, right? Like you have no interest in going back.
Yeah, man. God willing, I will never have to put on a hard hat again.
What was that day like when you told them, thanks for everything, but I'm out?
It was good, man. All my coworkers were rooting for me. They watched the fight, and they all knew that if I got a bonus, because I told them, if I get it, bro, I'm quitting. And so I woke up that morning. I had on sweats and a hoodie. I stopped at Bojangles, got some biscuits, and I came in. And we all sat at the break table. We talked for about an hour, just reminiscing on the knockout, talking about all the good times, the dirty jobs, and what my future looked like. And we hugged each other. I rounded up my tools, and I left the job site.
Were any of those guys at the fight on Saturday?
Nah, man, none of those guys. But guys that I've worked previous jobs in the actual the local with have come to the fight, though.
Yeah, and I'm sure that made it, supremely special. What about your mom? Is she able to watch you fight?
Yeah, man. My mom, she loves the fights. My auntie, my cousins, brothers, all them. They was there in Atlanta. They was at the Airbnb when I went back afterwards to eat some pizza and breadsticks, and they came to the hotel too when I went to meet everybody. So my family is huge supporters of everything I got going on.
Did your house get banged up from the hurricane last year?
Yeah, it was bad, man. I actually I got a lot of pictures on my social media, man. I had a tree that fell on top of my house. Yeah. Oh, y'all got that. Yeah, you already know. Yeah, I had to get my roof replaced. The yard was messed up. The fence got completely ruined. That was my close teammate's driveway. He lost all his vehicles. A tree fell through his house. They're still currently cleaning up like the Riverwalk and the canal from the mess and debris from that hurricane. It was the biggest tragedy we've had that I can remember.
And is your house okay now?
Yeah, my house is good, man. Other than the damage to the roof and a little bit of the siding in the yard, my house is fine, completely good. I'm in it right now, and I'm not complaining at all.
Okay. So a relatively quick turnaround here. How fast do you want to come back?
As soon as it makes sense, man. My manager asked me, are you healthy? I told him, yeah, and I saw him go to typing on his phone. I don't know what he was looking at, but as soon as something good comes across, that's a great opportunity. I'm ready for it, man. I pretty much live in the gym. I don't plan on taking too much time off at all. I got a little bit of soreness, not much, but I will be in the gym later this week and probably next week implementing my full-time schedule all over again.
Is it one of those things where maybe like your coaches are saying, okay, now, we got a few, you don't want to go back to where you're fighting too often, right, and burn yourself out, or is everyone on board with you fighting as often as possible?
Yeah, no, they in support of whatever I want to do, man. If I told them I wanted to take some time off to enjoy, the victories, they be for it. And if I tell them I want to fight every 4 to 6 weeks, they are on board. They believe in me. And the place I'm in right now, I'm in such good shape. I'm mentally in such a good place where I want to compete very frequently. And all the elements in my life are, aligned with my mission at hand. I'm in a little bit later than most. And I know that this time frame I have has to be used urgently. So I'm driven, man, and I'm prepared to compete as often as necessary.
Why do they call you the Machine?
Oh man, it was my very first kickboxing match coming up, and Pops, he was just like, I got a nickname. We're gonna call you Malcolm the Machine. I don't even think my cardio was good back then. You know what I mean? I just think that it had a nice ring to it, and Pop said it. So when Pop said it, it's law. So I ran with it and never let it go.
And is Walla because of your last name?
Nah. So it's a long story. But this ratchet group of fans I was talking about, we all used to rap. And I didn't have a rap name. Yeah. I didn't have a rap name. And it was a story where this girl said I was cute like a koala, and my friends went from cooking me, calling me a koala, to being like, hey, your rap name should be K-Walla. And then we eventually dropped the K, just went with Walla, and from that point forward, it was like when I was like 13, 14, all my friends just been calling me Walla ever since. So that just been something that I've been running with, and I actually named my son Walla, who was born on May 19th.
Oh wow! Like just a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago. He came on a fight trip with me.
Wow! Congratulations! Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
First son?
Thank you.
First child?
Son.
Wow!
Yep.
What was that like?
Yeah. Incredible, man. Life is good. Big blessing. After the fight, I went back to the Airbnb and I was holding him. And that was the picture that I posted along with the one of me celebrating my victory in the cage, man. Fatherhood it's incredible, man. It's big. And I can't wait for him to grow up and go back and search all the things I'm doing right now.
Amazing. You even have your own shirt. I think I see you rocking it.
Yeah. That's it. My merch.
Where can people get this?
GrizzlyFightCo.com, man. This is it's actually a company that a really close friend of mine does. His name is Dill, and he designs all these things, man. He fulfills the orders, and we chop it up on the phone and come up with these ideas. And he's an absolute genius, man. So shout out to him. GrizzlyFightCo.com. We got a few of these left. It's a 404 themed shirt, so it's got like a 404 Atlanta billboard on it, and we got some other good ideas coming. So yeah. GrizzlyFightCo.com.
Well, we love what you're doing here, and I think you met another member of the team when you were on his show a couple of weeks ago, Connor, who's also from Georgia. Look at the shirt he's wearing today. Look at this guy.
Yeah, let's go, Malcolm.
Rocking your shirt.
Got it on. Hey, shout out to your guy Dylan, man. I actually
Tell
met
him the
him.
story.
I met him on Saturday night. You guys dropped this shirt right after you got the fight announcement. Unfortunately, USPS messed it up, so I didn't get it in time. Dylan at the arena hand-delivered it to me. So I had it on when you made the walk, man. It was incredible.
Look at that.
Bro, thank you. I remember you telling me you wanted one, and then I saw you said you ordered it. But with the phone call coming on June 3rd, that day I called my boys and I was like, bro, we got to get this photo shoot done. And we immediately try to put the website together, get printing done. It was just an absolute, mess. But even with that being said, he did such a good job at trying to make sure people got him, accommodating for people that didn't get him in time. And man, he's a superstar. So thank you for the support, man. And shout out to Bill.
Hey, you're a superstar, and it's amazing what you're doing and how far you're going to go. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch you rise up those ranks. Well done. Congratulations on all the blessings going on in your life. Great to meet you and great to have you on for the first time and hopefully the first of many. Thank you so much, Malcolm.
Thank you so much, man. I had a blast. I can't believe I'm here, man. Y'all have a good one.
You too. All the best. Wow, what a guy. Malcolm Wellmaker, a.k.a. The Machine. I love this guy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I absolutely love him. He's tremendous, and he fights like a freaking stud as well. He's not just like a pleasure to talk to. He's not just, look at that. Look at the vibe. Look at the positivity. Look at the smile. But did you see the knockout? I wish we could play it here, but you've seen it. You have to have seen it. There's a guy named Jason who I follow. Last name escapes me. I don't want to butcher it, but it starts with an A, Amaegi, I think it is. In any event, he posted an almost like an octagon side. It was clearly like someone here shooting it like from the cage social media, and you just see the precision with which he throws and lands that right hook. Golly. And again, it's the setup. As they say, he's investing in the body kicks, he's investing, and then he feints, and so Moutinho bites, goes down a little bit, and it was, oh my God, standing straight and just freaking
he is incredible.
Yeah.
I also didn't know this about him. Georgia Southern, 2012, 2013. I was also there.
You were there?
Who knows? Maybe we crossed paths.
I thought you went to Georgia.
Yeah, but I had to start at Georgia Southern. My grades in high school were shit.
Wow.
I couldn't get into Georgia right out of high school.
Those same years?
Yeah, we're the same age. We're both 31, so it would make sense that freshman year we were both there at the same time.
It's wild that he's 31 because he only started training when he was 22 or something like that.
Oh, God bless him. It feels like he's like 25.
Yes. Feels like he's 23.
He looks like he's 25.
I was going to say to him, like, man, you had a kid already? You're so young. He's 31. God, that's a superstar right there.
The man. Can't wait for his next one.
I hope Atlanta gets, Atlanta fans are sort of notorious for not really getting behind their guys, right?
I feel like we never get who's the best UFC fighter from Atlanta.
No, just in general, in sports. Not like the most like hardcore fans, right?
I disagree.
Hawks never really sell out. Braves.
Okay, Braves is I can argue strongly. People love the Braves the most out of anyone. Though.
But do they go to the games?
Yeah, dude. The game I was at on Friday was against the worst team in baseball. Rainy Friday night, and it was completely sold out.
All right, fine.
Falcons, I'll give you. Hawks, I'll give you.
Yeah.
Georgia, I will not.
Well, that's different. College, I know. College is different. Let's talk to another big winner from Saturday. He had a big win over the veteran Court McGee, and he was representing in the greatest of ways. Let's talk to our pal Michael Chiesa, who was there and victorious. Hello, sir. Oh, look at that shirt. That is a nice looking shirt right there. Golly, I love that. Could we just start off with this? First of all, congratulations. How are you? It's good to see you. But on Friday, I want to tell you a little bit of a backstory here, Mike. This weekend was my son's bar mitzvah, and I have been planning this for about a year. And there were a lot of people coming in from out of town, and there were a lot of things going on. And I was nervous, and I was anxious, and I was stressed. And there I am Friday afternoon, evening, and I get a text video from you. And I first see it pop up, and I'm like, what is this? Like, he's fighting. Like, what could he possibly be sending me? It's probably like weigh-in time. Can I play the video?
Absolutely, run it.
Okay, this is the video that Michael Chiesa sends me, which put the biggest freaking smile. You have no idea, and actually made me chill out. It was a gift. It was a gift that you gave me. Here it is.
You're going to love me for this. I just want to say, fuck Trae Young, go Knicks!
That was it. Yo, that was unfreaking believable, man. Well done. That was better than anything you did this weekend, with all due respect to the fight. Incredible. And you know what I loved so much about it? The mascot thought you were going to say something nice. He was all happy, and then he wanted nothing to do with it. Bravo.
Oh, it's pretty funny. And I talked to the guy that was wearing the suit afterwards, and he was actually from New York, so it was pretty funny.
Wow.
It was pretty ironic. Yeah, I don't think he was a Knicks fan still, but I thought about it for my post-fight speech. I was like, man, maybe blow the top off of State Farm. And, give the fuck Trae Young, go Knicks thing on the mic. But never got to it. But nonetheless, I'm glad I got that video to send you.
Well, you dropped it in the post-fight presser. You know what? I'm sort of happy you didn't, if only because you're not a heel. They would have booed you. You didn't deserve that. I didn't want you to go through that from those people.
Yeah, no, I agree. I got enough boost from the fight as it is. But that was just kind of a tough crowd. I kind of noticed it in Ricky Simone's fight. But yeah, more booze. I don't think it really would have made a difference at that point. Maybe I just got
yes,
going to the back.
So now that you've had a couple, you're very analytical. You also work as a great analyst as well. So I'm sure you've thought of the fight from an analytical perspective. How do you feel about the fight and your performance in particular?
Well, I haven't gone back and watched it. I was going to watch it before I came on today. I just haven't gotten a chance to. But the thing is, styles make fights, and Court McGee's kind of been on our radar for a while. And if you go back and watch his fights, unless you're Matt Brown or Jeremiah Wells, who were able to finish him, he's just a really hard guy to look good against. And I just knew this was a fight where I was going to spend the majority of the fight on my feet, and if the opportunities that took him down presented himself, I would take it. He didn't apply that heavier forward pressure that I was kind of expecting to give me those openings. And maybe I let the crowd get to my head a little bit. Maybe, I kind of, at times I would hear the crowd kind of booing, and I would try to rush myself, get extended, let my chin come up. But in hindsight, when I look back on it, I am proud of myself, dude. I stood up for 15 minutes. I didn't shoot for one low-level takedown. I only attempted really one takedown in the whole fight, and that was towards the end of the third. I can tip my cap to myself for that. I think that, like I said, Court's a hard guy to look good against, and I knew that this wasn't going to be like Court's extremely resilient. He is impossible to submit. I've heard the stories from people in the training room that he's really, really hard to sub, and I'm just not a knockout artist. I'm a submission guy, so I knew that this was going to be a 15-minute fight. I just wasn't able to establish any dominance that I kind of was expecting from myself, just because I hold myself to that standard. And it never happened. But in hindsight, I'm glad I got the win. 3 wins in a row. The ball's rolling again. But it's just, like I said, it's just
maybe I let the crowd get to me. So, and it's like a mixed review online. Like I got some people that are like, hey, great fight, way to stay on your feet, mix it up a little bit. And then of course I got the casual fans talking shit. So it's like, I just got to disregard the tweets, shut off the message requests and stuff on Instagram. I don't want to fucking see it. I don't really care. I'm proud of myself. My team's proud of me. And the ball's rolling again. That's what's most important.
You're on a 3-fight winning streak. You're winning in the UFC. Who gives a crap? They're not all going to be, highlight reel submissions or knockouts or fight of the night. It's like a win's still a win. And a well-earned win is still a well-earned. It's not like you were gifted the decision or anything like that. Like you won that fight.
Yeah, I feel like I won it fair and square. And like I said, I've watched a few of the highlights, but I'm proud of myself, dude. I got out of my comfort zone. When have I ever stood for 15 minutes in a fight? Yeah, dude, I'm not Israel Adesanya. I'm not Alex Pineda. Just because I stayed on my feet, it's like you want to criticize me for not going out and looking like I'm some elite, sharp kickboxer. Like that's my base. Like, no, dude, I'm a grappler. Like that's who I am. That's what I do. And for me to go out, get out of my comfort zone, win the fight the way I did, show that I'm still evolving, show that I'm still growing 17 years into this sport. I'm proud of myself. So I was a little hard on myself at first, and I had a really good phone call as well. I think you'll like this.
Oh.
I have a good relationship with Chuck Liddell. As you know, Court McGee does as well. That was his coach on Ultimate Fighter. Yep. And he sent me a text. He was like, hey, call me when you get a chance. This was after the fight. And so I called him when I got back to my hotel room, and he just said that, it was kind of a hard fight for him to watch because he loves both of us. We're both very close with him, and just told me to be proud of myself no matter what. He said that he had Hackelman call him and tell him the results because he didn't want to watch the fight.
Wow.
And he just, and I kind of expressed to him how I kind of felt, kind of the same sentiment that I said to you. And he was just like, dude, I've trained with Court so much, and you don't hit him with the same thing twice. You tell him how to do something, you teach him something, he learns it and picks it up right away. He's just a good fighter. He's a savvy vet. He's seen it all. So, but it was a cool phone call because Chuck's a guy that's a close friend of mine, someone I've looked up to since I was a kid. And for him to kind of, take the time to talk to me, it made me feel a lot better. And, obviously, I lean mostly on what my team tells me, but that adds a little extra something on top of it when the Iceman is giving you praise and you have that kind of conversation with him.
I also saw you in Court backstage exchanging shirts and whatnot. So what was that like?
It was awesome, dude. Court's a great guy. Like, I really mean it when I say there's not as many people that I respect in this sport as a competitor as much as I respect Court McGee. I mean, his story is amazing. Mm-hmm. Everything he's overcome in his life, how much he helps people, how much he puts himself out there. It just truly is one of the good guys of the sport. I'll never forget when I fought in Tampa in 2016. He gave me a bunch of free beard oil, and I was just like, dude, what a guy, just an awesome dude. So, it's one of those things where sometimes you got to kind of, those people that you respect and you have the admiration for, you got to put that aside for 15 minutes or less and go fight him. And that's another thing about Court. When you talk about his history and his past, everybody knows the story of Court McGee. The guy doesn't feel pain. You know what I mean? He just doesn't stop coming. He has a bulletproof mind. He's one of the most mentally tough, physically tough guys in the sport. And like I said, he's just hard to look good against. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to fight. He's been doing this for a long time.
So considering how you feel about him, when you got this name, were you kind of like, oh man, like I don't really want to fight this guy?
A little bit, but there's also a weird part of it that's like, on the other side of the coin, it's like you do kind of want to lay it on the line against people like that. Because it's like, well, if Court gets the best of me, at least it's Court McGee, a guy that it's like, at least it's a good guy. He's a real mensch. He's a good dude, like I think, so there's one part that's like, no, I like this guy a lot. This sucks. And there's the other side that's like, well, shoot, may the best man win. And if he gets the best of me, at least it's Court McGee, a guy that I like, a guy that, I maintain contact with. Like we walked through the airport the next day together.
Wow.
For like 20, 30 minutes, just talking about his kids, talking about the wrestling tournaments they have coming up. And he's just a guy that I just genuinely like, So sometimes it's good to fight those guys that you genuinely like. But on the other side of it, it kind of sucks as well.
Yeah. By the way, I was looking through your stats and maybe some of these aren't 100% and maybe otherwise. I believe this is the first time in your UFC career that you get a win and 0 takedowns.
Yeah, it's 0. That is true. I didn't get a single takedown. I only really There was one time in the fight when we got into a clinch situation early in the fight in open space, and I thought about it, and I was kind of feeling him out, and I'm like, Court's gas tank was kind of sitting in the back of my mind a little bit, and I'm like, how much do I want to put into this takedown? And if I miss, and we're in open space, and I do a better job on the fence sometimes. And then the second round, I kind of tried to drop for one and just kind of slipped off. We were both pretty sweaty. But yeah, I think this is the first time I didn't shoot for a takedown. So yeah, it's like casual fans can go fuck themselves. Yeah, I don't care. You can say whatever you want to me. I don't want to see it, but it doesn't really matter. But like, I'm proud of myself. I'm still getting out of my comfort zone at 37 years old, trying new things, just trying to expand myself as a competitor in terms of what I can do under the lights. And yeah, like I said, dude, I'm not a knockout artist. I doubt I'll ever get a knockout in my entire career, but the fact that I was able and willing to go out there and stand for 15 minutes, I'm proud of myself, and no one can take that away from me.
I remember when we spoke before the Tony fight, and so you were on the losing streak, and you were kind of just sort of figuring things out. You needed to get maybe your confidence and mojo back. Here we are less than a year later, 10 months later, you've won 3 fights in a row. So what's the difference between you now and maybe June of last year?
June of last year, I was really unsure if I was even going to take the Tony fight. I just didn't know. Physically, I still felt good, but I just didn't know if it was my age getting to me. I know that in the past, I've been pretty open about like struggling on what goes on between the ears at times. But I think the biggest thing was just getting my confidence back. A lot of harsh conversations with myself, with my team, talking to my Uncle Joe, trying to sort out my mental woes. And I think at the end of the day, it's like I just got to remember, like, I stress too much about sometimes about the people I'm fighting, and sometimes I got to remind myself, and I got to put my humility aside and remind myself that I'm also a bad motherfucker and I know how to fight, and these guys got to worry about me as well. So just a lot of that, and obviously winning the Tony fight felt good. Winning the Max Griffin fight felt a lot better. I felt like, that was a fight where I was an underdog. Max hits really hard. He'd never been submitted, and I went out there and did something that's never been done to him. That made me feel like I've definitely got my feet back underneath me. And I still have something to give this sport. So, and then I go out, and that's the thing too, is I go out and have this fight against Court. And like I said, right after the fight, I'm just like, you would have thought I lost. I was just so mad at myself for some reason. And after listening to my team and everything, I just found things that like, I should be proud of myself. And I'm sure when I go back and watch it, I'll feel even better than I do now about it. But at the end of the day, to win 3 fights in a row in the UFC, to win 1 fight in the UFC is hard enough. To win 3 in a row, second longest win streak I've been on since I've been in the UFC. Yeah, dude, I'm proud of myself. If you didn't like the fight, then fuck off.
Forget all that.
For lack of better words, like, shoot.
And it's been workmanlike, and to do it at 37 is not easy as well. And so, like, usually when you're 37, people are starting to ask, like, okay, is this the end? Is this the end? Are you starting to think about the end? I feel like now all that is gone.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is too, it's like, we just don't talk about the R word anymore. I used to like bring it up when I was like 30. Like I way too young of an age to be talking about it, to be thinking about it. And the reality is, like, you just go fight by fight, and like, I'll know when that time comes. But right now it's just not that time, and I'm just going to go 1 fight at a time. I don't see myself really being a guy that's like, this is the last one. Like, this is going to be the last fight. I just don't think I don't think that'll be my thing. I think it's just at some point in time, I'm just going to know it and I'll go with it. And I don't have to fight anymore. I really don't. I live a good life. I have a second career outside of competition. I've been smart with my money. I don't have to do this anymore, but I'm doing this because I love it and I'm still able to. And there's like, I might be so far removed from the title picture, but I still have little goals and things I can achieve along the way. Like, I would love to beat Damian Maia's rear naked choke record. So there's things, I'd love to make it 4 fights in a row. So there's little things I want to achieve along the way that keep me hungry. And as long as I can put my feet to the fire in training with these young guys and still push my body and train the way that I have, while a little smarter than I used to. But as long as I can push myself the way that I did when I was in my 20s, I'm going to keep fighting, man.
How far away are you from that record?
I think I'm 1 win, 1 rear naked choke away from the tie, and I think I need 2 to beat. But it's records were meant to be broken anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like I'm looking for some record to cement myself in the history books of the UFC. No, it's like a goal. Like, it's to get to the big goals, you have to win small ones along the way. To win the war, you got to win a bunch of battles. So it's like, for me, it's like, if I'm still chasing big goals, My eye's always going to be at the top of the heap at 170 pounds. I got to set little goals along the way to try to achieve those, to get closer to that. And I think the other thing about it too, Ariel, is have fun. Like, I just stopped having fun at some point. I just started to feel too much pressure. You know, you lose to Luke A, and then you feel the pressure. You got to beat Sean Brady, and then now it's 2 in a row, and again, 2 losses in a row for the second time in your career again. Now I got to go beat Kevin Holland, and it's like you just start dumping a bunch of unnecessary pressure on yourself, and it takes away from the one thing that I love so much about this sport is how much. I mean, at the end of the day, it's fun.
Yeah.
Like, the fight day can be stressful. Weight cutting can be stressful. There is definitely stress. You do have to manage fear. But in hindsight, like, I get to go travel the world with 3 of my best friends. You know, Rick Little, Sam Sicily, Austin Arnett. These are guys I've been with for almost 20 years. I get to travel the world and do these things with them, and we have fun. So it's like, make sure to still have fun while you're doing this. Don't let the pressure and the fear and all that bullshit get to you. You got to make sure to have fun.
So at this point, how is your body, like the Monday after a fight, 37, I think you've been doing it like 17, 18 years. How does your body feel on the Monday after a 15-minute fight against someone like Court McGee?
Surprisingly, I feel good. I think I fractured my foot. I think I did it in the second round. So yeah, I definitely, my foot's pretty puffy. My toes are turning black.
Okay.
But body-wise, I feel good, man. Like, if this wasn't, if there was more wrestling exchanges in that fight, I think I'd feel the wear and tear a little more. We clashed heads really, really hard. I don't know if people were able to see it. That's why I kept rubbing the side of my head. So I think that was without a doubt the hardest shot I took in that fight. And that's one thing about me as well that's kind of helped me extend my career is I have a line I won't cross at this point. And this kind of started probably like when I got into my 30s is no contact till I sign a contract. Like, I'm not going to go out and spar and put myself in harm's way unless I have a fight coming up. This is very important, not just for myself, but for my wife, for my family. I got to keep this as intact as I possibly can while I'm still navigating a combat sports career. So that headbutt was really hard. So I'm not going to let my noodle get touched for a while.
Okay.
As the great Marshawn Lynch would say, you got to protect your chickens.
Yeah.
So right now I'm just protecting my chickens. I'll take some time off, help these young guys. I think towards the end of the year, I'll get back in the mix. I got a lot of broadcasting stuff coming up July through September.
I saw you hinting at some stuff that you didn't want to talk about, but you said, is right there. I know that's the dream for you.
Yeah.
That's very exciting.
Yeah, I don't know if I
don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want, but you were at the presser, and that's everyone who's ever heard you talk about broadcasting knows where you want to be. You don't want to be on the desk, like you want to be in the mix. It's very clear. And you hinted at some stuff coming up, which I'm delighted for you because you've been talking about this for as long as I've known you.
Yeah, I love it, man. I just never thought, it wasn't a goal of mine when I got in the UFC, but John Anik just planted that seed when I was an Ultimate Fighter, and that seed has just grown and it's starting to sprout. And dude, I love getting on the other side of the camera and talking fights. I love it almost as much as I love competition. It's right there. It's neck and neck. And I can't tell you how thankful I am and how much gratitude I have for my gamble paying off. Like, I really pushed my chips all in the middle and gambled on myself with this MMA thing, not just as a competitor, but as a broadcaster. Like, I don't have a gym. I don't have side businesses. I don't have a bunch of real estate rentals on the side. I was like, I'm going to take a shot at this broadcasting thing. They gave me an opportunity. They gave me a try, and I gave it maximum effort, and it's gotten me this far to this point. And I think that for me, if that day comes, maybe not if, more of a when that day comes, I get that commentary contract for the UFC, I think that it'll validate my body of work, and nothing's guaranteed, so I just feel confident that I can get there. But I'm very, very blessed. My family's blessed, me and my wife, that we have this second career of mine that just revolves around this sport. I love it, but I have to admit, like, I have a thirst for more. Like, when I get behind the desk, like, I can't stop thinking about commentary. Like, it's just like, I even catch myself, like, there is a difference in between being an analyst and sitting behind the desk and how you talk about the fights and how you approach commentary, obviously. And for me, I catch myself almost commentating these B-roll packages instead of like talking people through them. It's like I'm having to catch myself pulling myself back. Like, you're not there yet. You're not there. Focus on being an analyst. Continue to do this as best you can. But I have a thirst for more. I want more. I just feel like I can confidently say I'm ready to make that jump. And I know it's going to be tough. It's just like your first UFC fight, dude. The brighter the lights, the bigger the stage. You're going to have to manage your nerves and get yourself in a groove. I know it's going to be tough if that opportunity presents itself for me to become a UFC commentator, but I'll figure it out along the way, and I think that I could do a really good job at it.
What people need to appreciate and understand is you weren't handed this. Someone didn't just say, like, hey, let's thrust you into this. You had to freaking work, scratch, claw your way into this spot, like maybe more so than anyone. Honestly, because I think there was a time where you thought like you should have maybe gotten it sooner, but it all happened the way it should have, and you have had to fight for this. And so it's very, very commendable. That's why when I heard you say that on the presser, I was like, fuck yeah, man. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
Yeah, it's like it's the fun part about it, dude, is I want to be part of the narration of the fights. Like, obviously, I always say, like, the fighters tell the story, and like we get to help narrate the story. You know, we get to be a little voice in the background that kind of gets to talk people through it. The fights speak for themselves, but it's like I want to have those soundbite type moments that you hear. You know, John Anik when he's talking about Leon Edwards being not cut from the same cloth.
Yeah.
You know, things like that guy. I'm like, God, I want a soundbite like that so bad someday. It just little things that I manifest in my mind that I think about. I'm like, I just want to do that so bad. But the UFC knows what they're doing. I think that when I go back and look and I wonder, how did I get here? Because really, a lot of fighters ask to be on the desk, you know, and there are certain people that you can ask and approach, and a lot of fighters come to me and ask who those names are, and I just don't feel like I'm in a position to just offload a bunch of people onto those. They'll come find you. Usually you don't find them. They'll come find you. But I feel like they know what they were doing. I think they picked the right time, and I think the right opportunities presented themselves. I think when COVID hit, and, you know, because I only did one show for Fox, and then I did one for ESPN in Rio Rancho, and then we had the pandemic. And then I don't think I worked another desk show until I think I did a pay-per-view at my mom's house in the basement in my shorts with a suit top. But I got sent to Fight Island for a month. They're like, this COVID was hitting people left and right. And they're like, do you want to come out and do 3 shows in a row? And I think I kind of showed that I had some potential in those 3 weeks, especially when you have 3 consecutive weeks to do back-to-back shows to figure it out. Because usually your shows are spaced like a month apart, 6 weeks apart. When you get to do 3 in a row, and you have John Anik and Daniel Cormier and Paul Felder and all these guys at your disposal for every show, I get to hang out with them for the week after and ask them, what did I do wrong? What should I do better? I think that month in Fight Island is what put me over.
By the way, speaking of DC, I know you were on The Ultimate Fighter. You got to go to WrestleMania with the guy. Jeez Louise, what a time that was. Look at you, man. I'm jealous. You got to go to WrestleMania, get the VIP treatment with DC. How was it being back on The Ultimate Fighter, but on the other side of the fence, so to speak?
You know, it was great, but I still feel like part of me, I didn't feel like a contestant, but you know how much I look up to Daniel Cormier. That's my guy. Like I bought the same wrestling shoes as him when I was in high school. So getting to be next to him for a month straight, as well as Bob Cook, you know, a mastermind of the sport. The guy's coached like almost 20 world champions. Like, I felt like I was learning a lot as well. Like, it felt good to like lead these guys, help them train. It was welterweight, so I got to get on the mats with them and mix it up. But kind of being around DC and seeing how he manages his life, you know, he's a really busy guy, and seeing how he approaches coaching his high school team, his broadcasting obligations, and all these other things, like, it kind of made me grow up a little more. I feel like I walked out of it more of a mature man than I did walking into it. But I love being on the other side of that. It's been on a bucket list thing for me. I got to be a contestant. It was great to be a coach. The fighters, we had a great team. Like, we had some shows you get like a handful of fighters and you get a couple characters. And we all know what the characters are like. We had 8 fighters, 8 great fighters, 8 great personalities. The training room was always rocking. Like, these guys were willing to put in the work. Like, we put them through some very, very hard workouts. They showed up, left no stone unturned, and the fights were incredible. I mean, we're 3 fights in? Tomorrow's episode is going to be awesome. I've got to tell you this. Tomorrow's episode, there's going to be a first.
Oh.
And it's going to be great. As long as they put the stuff in that I think they're going to, this will be a first in Ultimate Fighter history.
Wow.
And I can't say what it is, but you just have to tune in. It's going to be good.
There's not a lot of firsts left.
Not a lot of first left. It's just something that I don't think has ever happened in Ultimate Fighter history.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident it's never happened.
That's a great tease.
It's going to be good, though, man. It's going to be good. And it's a great fight. It's a great fight. So tomorrow's episode should be a lot of fun.
Okay. Appreciate that. Speaking of your weight class, by the way, were you surprised Usman won on Saturday?
You know, yes and no. I think Buckley, when I saw him beat Wonder Boy, I said, okay, this guy could win a world title. This guy's got it. The work ethic, the drive, you can tell he's hungry. The way he fights, the ferocity, but mostly the hunger, you know, and for him to, you would think that his stock would drop after the way things went the first 4 rounds, but for him to come out that 5th round and just go out guns blazing, like he literally, if he was a gun, he didn't have a bullet left in his clip. He dumped out all the bullets in round 5 and really tried to put Kamaru away. And you got to commend him for that. I don't think his stock dropped at all. I think he learns a lot from this fight. So I was a little surprised he lost because I thought maybe he'd be able to stop Usman. But Usman went back to like vintage Kamaru Usman. The heavy wrestling approach showed that he still is a force at 170 pounds. Just makes this weight class that much more fun because you're getting injected with all this new blood. The Ian Garys, Shavkat Rakhmonov, Carlos Pratis. There's so much young blood moving into the division. And then you got Kamaru, you know, really staking his claim that he's still the top dog. So many fun fights you can make with him right now. So I'm excited to see what they do with Kamaru. I think that they do. If I was the UFC, I would do him and Bilal. I think that's the fight that makes sense. I think that's the fight that definitely makes sense. But we'll see what happens. But so was I surprised? Yes and no. But nonetheless, I think both guys fought very well.
Who's the champion of the welterweight division on January 1st?
Man, it's just really hard to pick against Islam. If Islam's really the guy that fights JDM, he's just got such a high. Let's just take skills out of it. Let's just look, we know Jack Della is an incredible boxer. He's vastly improved with his ground game. You can tell the work with Craig Jones has been paying off these last couple fights. Islam is just so well-rounded. But I just think Islam is just one of the smartest fighters on the roster, if not the smartest. He has such a high fight IQ. And he's a dual threat. I mean, he could take you down and submit you, and he can knock you out on the feet. So if one thing's not working for him, he can always change gears and go the opposite direction and still finish you. So it's just hard to go against. It's not even the skills. It's just the fight IQ. It's really hard to pick against the fight IQ of Islam. Now, Islam and Shavkat, I think that could be a tougher fight. We'll see. But we're going to find out how good Islam is at 170 pounds when he fights JDM. So, and it's going to really depend on how he wins. How hard of a fight is it? How well does he look up 15 pounds against guys that are bigger than previous guys that he's faced? It's going to be pretty interesting.
By the way, life's going so well for you. You're now beating up couches in your, I think that's your backyard.
Dude,
what is that? What's
God.
going on over there with this couch? What is happening here?
Shout out to my guy, Brian at Spokane Furniture. Brian Kuntzman, man, we talked in the past about getting some new couches, and then COVID hit, and we never got the deal done. And then I saw him at this viewing party for UFC 300, and we rekindled this deal, sitting on these nice new couches. I mean, Spokane Furniture, dude, they took great care of me.
Those couches are sick. I like that
They're
little.
so nice.
Yeah.
But so the plan was, I told him let's make a video of me beating up my couch, and he was like, I don't want you to get hurt before your fight. And I was like, I'm not going to get hurt. I'll be fine. So when we're filming this video, we're out in front of my house, and I go out in the shop to get gloves, and I look at my boxing gloves, and I go to grab them, and I'm like, no, let's grab fingerless gloves. So I grabbed the fingerless gloves, and in that video, when I flipped it, dude, I almost cut my finger down to the.
No.
And I lied to. It was like, oh, the cut's not that bad. And this was 10 days before my fight, 11 days before my fight. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. Dude, this thing was nasty. It didn't go down to the bone. It came in at an angle. So I had this huge flap of skin. And I was just of course, I've been injury-free this whole camp. And then I flip a couch for this video and cut my finger. And I should have just got the boxing gloves. Or I should have just listened to Brian and not beat up the couch. But he took good care of us. We're happy. My wife picked out the couches. She's amazing as always. She knows what she's doing.
Imagine the couch would have knocked you out of the fight. God forbid. That would have been.
No, I would have fought no matter what.
Yeah,
There's no way. Yeah. I was already coming up schemes in my mind of how I would do this. And I think maybe even if I stitched it, I think they could have been out by then. But I was definitely not thrilled. I was more worried about an infection. I kept thinking about Bilal's toe.
Oh,
Speaking of Bilal, I kept thinking about Bilal's bad toe infection he had, and I'm like, I still have to finish training. I still got to use this hand, So I was more worried about infection than anything.
Gosh, it looks gnarly. Even 10 days later, it looks like it's a little bit still like.
Dude, it's bad. Yeah.
Did it bother you during the fight?
No, I mean it looked a lot worse than it was. It just could have been really bad. So it was just a matter of like changing the bandages, and then once I got done with like having to train a lot, I just took the band-aids off, let it dry out, clipped the skin, and I was good.
Okay.
But I definitely felt bad. Like Brian was telling me, like, let's not beat up the couch. You have a fight. I'm like, no, it's gonna be fine. And then sure enough, I'm eating crow because I cut my finger. So
last thing, if I may, tomorrow, Juliana's going to be on the show. What's the advice for her as she tries to get back on track here?
That's maybe a conversation I'd like to have with her.
No problem.
But what I would tell her right now is, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit what anybody says about the fight? There's so many. We've had times in this sport in the women's division when like Jermaine Durandamine avoided Cyborg, and Juliana could have argued her ass off to fight somebody else, or argued for Nunes or just whatever. But she's like, okay, I'll fight the Boogie Woman. Bring her in. Like, I'll fight Kayla Harrison. And Juliana's confidence, she believes she's going to win as much as she believes the sun's going to come up tomorrow. She's the most mentally tough human being I've ever met. It's like, just to speak to that a little bit, she talked about the story about when she fought the line cook leading up to her fight. I'm sure you saw that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'll never forget this. She walked in the gym. And when she walked in the gym after that happened, her face was wrecked. And you could just tell. You didn't get hit by a car. You didn't fight a chick. You got beat up by a dude. Like, you looked at her face and you could tell. Me and all the guys jump off the mat. We run up to her like, what happened? Who did this to you? And she told us the story. And we were like, all right, screw it. We're taking our gear off. We're going down to this restaurant. We're going to kick this guy's ass. And Juliana was like, no, this is my fight. You guys are going to stay out of it. That's just who she is. She's the most mentally tough human being I've ever met in my life. And so I don't know how much advice I could really give her. You know what I mean? She's strong in areas where I've shown I can be weak, and I have no problem admitting that. And that's probably why I admire her so much. I think she's an incredible human being, and I think she'll be back. So we'll see what happens. But I don't know how much advice I could give someone like her. The only thing I would say is just fuck what everybody else thinks, dude. You're still a 2-time world champion. You're still one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. So just tell her to keep her head up.
99.9% of humanity won't even dare to dream of a career that she's had and accomplish what she's had, has accomplished as a athlete. And in addition to the stuff she's had to overcome, like the injuries, the accident, all that stuff, like it's incredible. 2013, she entered The Ultimate Fighter. Here she is, still fighting for the title 12 years later. It's remarkable. So I agree with everything you're saying. I'm happy you're still around doing your thing as well. Congratulations. Thank you for the video. Thank you for repping. You did fly over from Washington to New York to see us get whooped by the Pacers.
Yeah.
And you were trying to entice me to go too, and I was kind of happy, I'm not going to lie, that I didn't end up going, and you had to make a much longer trip. But we'll get him next year, Mike. We're getting him next year. For now, go Thunder is all I have to say, because I can't see those guys.
Well,
no, what?
Here's my problem. Before I get off, I don't really care for either team.
Yeah, but I hate those guys.
You know me, Ariel. I'm a two-team guy. I'm a two-team guy, like Seahawks, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, okay.
Yankees, Mariners. For me, I just have the Knicks.
Yeah.
But if I had the Sonics, I would have both.
Oh, I feel you.
So you
okay.
gotta
I get it, man. I get it.
I'm just like, I just want to watch.
No, actually, I think
who wins.
if I were you, I would root for the Pacers.
No matter what,
I would root for the Pacers.
Good games.
Yeah.
I just want to see good games.
No, anyone from Washington should be rooting for the Pacers. I get that. So I'll give you a pass. That's deep. That's deep stuff. So all good. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you for coming on. Looking forward to the next one. Stay out of trouble with the couches and all that stuff. Yeah. And good luck. Good luck with all the work coming up in August.
Hey, thank you, Ariel. Thanks for having me on. And last thing I want to say is just got to thank my wife. Dude, she is such a trooper through these camps, everything that she does for me. I'll post this picture later on where she's just like helping me through my weight cut, and I can't give that woman enough praise. I wouldn't be here where I'm at without her. That's for sure.
Amazing. You're a lucky man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All the best. There he is, Michael Chiesa, with a hard-fought victory, a well-earned victory, his third in a row at age 37 in the UFC. I am happy for him. He had the 2 subs. Don't forget about those. Griffin and Tony Ferguson. Court McGee is a tough out. Of Court McGee's 7 pro... no, not 7. So Court McGee has 14 pro losses. The amount of fights that he's lost via submission, 0. So not surprising that Michael Chiesa, submission specialist, couldn't submit him. The amount of times that he's lost via knockout, 3. So obviously this is a guy who's fought 36 times, 3 of 36. I'm not good at math, but what is that? 3%, 4%, 5%? Michael said it himself. Not a knockout artist. 11 via decision. Tough out. Been in the game a long time. Veteran. Got to respect him. Got to respect him. So as I mentioned, tomorrow on the program, my friends, I actually have we have a WhatsApp group where I mention who's going to be on the show.
We do?
Yeah. You definitely don't read it because we were talking about it earlier, and he's like, wait, so Khalil's going to be on it too?
Oh, no, he definitely reads it.
He does?
To break the...
Sometimes he gives us like the fire emoji reaction.
To break the fourth wall, after Merab won, there was a brief moment where he was potentially able to come in studio, but the plans changed.
Yeah.
And I mentioned something in a group chat maybe 10 minutes after the plans changed, hadn't seen the text yet, and I was just like, oh, we should do this when Merab's in studio tomorrow. And Frank just immediately was like, bro, what are you even talking about? Merab's not coming in studio. I was like, oh, I didn't see the update, man. I'm sorry.
So he's reading it more than you are.
Yeah, he's like, why don't you check the WhatsApp group?
I mean, come on. This is not fair to Frank.
It was sent like 3 minutes prior.
You were telling a story that involved that, and Frank was half listening, and then he was more attuned to the
Listen, I got love for Frank.
Who, me?
Frank sent me a very nice text this weekend. Then I saw him cutting a rug on the dance floor.
That rug needed to be cut.
You guys should have seen him yesterday.
Suit looked incredible.
He looked
$1,000,000
fantastic.
Tracy was beautiful. It was
all of you guys. Rick in the suit. Haven't seen Rick in a jacket.
Rick looked great in a suit. I saw that picture and I thought my eyes were messed up.
Well, what do you mean, Rick?
Where's the
black
suit?
We were wearing a jacket.
Wearing a little thing.
Slacks, as they say.
Looked great.
You know, my favorite part of his outfit.
It was cashmere. No, you know.
He looked
Still had the black T-shirt on.
You still have the black T-shirt. You gotta be loyal to the gimmick.
I am who I am.
You had the suit. Everyone was there. Got to meet Rick's son for the first time.
Yes.
Which was very exciting.
Oh, Big Logan?
Yes. I got to meet Andy's son for the first time. Andy's husband.
There was more opportunities for that.
No, I mean, always on Thursdays, Saturdays.
I met them all at the Venezuelan.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah, we could have been the invite.
Just
Big
like
Logan was chilling in there, man. He was up in his high chair.
he was.
Opening wounds.
Yo, he's a great dancer as well. He's wearing a nice plaid as well, which I very much appreciated. What a time. I'm still kind of on a high.
Oh, we have the picture. Look at Big Rick.
Yeah, John Beer.
Little watch on, too?
John Beer is standing 2 feet from me right now.
Is John Beer back there?
Oh, yeah. Let's go wide shot.
Let's go wide shot.
Step this way.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. The most interesting man in the world. There's a great story there. Can he even hear us right now?
No, he can't.
No, you can't.
Oh, you
he
can.
can.
Oh, he can.
Frank got him a pack.
Wow, Frank.
Oh,
Wait.
yeah.
This is a great thing. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm great, Ariel. I haven't been here since I came with the great Pete Sell about 15 years ago.
That's right. You're a real OG. Wait, don't walk away from the shot.
Oh, sorry,
we're talking. John Beer, a real day one, a real OG, actually a host of his own podcast. Give the pod a plug if you don't mind.
It's the One Day podcast with me, your host, John Beer.
Yes, I've had the pleasure of being on once, but there's a great story here about John Beer because he went to summer camp with my wife way back in the day, Camp Walden in Lake George, New York, and she ran into him when we moved to New York. It was like 04, 05. And she said he was on the streets of New York talking about Kevin Federline making his WWE debut. And she's like, you need to meet Ariel because you like fighting too. And then we met and it was instant love. because then we would watch the boxing together. We would watch the UFC together. He's become a proficient, dare I say, can I say this? You had an eight fight parlay victory last week, right?
I like the heavy favorites.
Yes.
When I get some minus 500s, I like to add them.
That's his thing. I don't know if GC agrees with the strategy.
I love a big
8-fight parlay last week. In any event, so we were watching the fights, and then we had the dream of opening up our own fight bar. This is around like 2007. We're both in dead-end jobs. I'm at Spike. He's a lawyer. And we wanted to open up a bar that showed fighting 24/7, live or taped. And it would be a place where everyone converges to watch fights. John's partner at the time wasn't such a big fan of it. Would that be accurate?
That's true.
Mine was like pretty into it, but like sort of apathetic towards the whole thing. Anyway, I go down the production route. He goes into a route of being a PR marketing impresario, a guru, if you will. A couple of fight clients, the great Round 5, right? From back in the day, these dolls, Tokyo 5, Glory, on and on it goes. But now just absolutely smashing it, and flew in to be here this weekend. But here's the best part of the whole story. The best part of the whole story is that when Vox bought the MMA Hour and MMA Fighting and all that stuff, we were building a new studio across from B&H 34th Street. This is when we moved from the AOL studio, which, by the way, John, I don't know if you know this, the original MMA Hour was on this floor in this building. Because
I know this. It looks a lot better now.
It does. Thank you. Yahoo bought AOL. And I
You referenced the Pete Sell interview. He knows. He was here.
Yes. Tokyo 5. John came with me to the sort of dress rehearsal of the new studio. And who's there? A young buck named New York Rick. This is January of 2010, if not 2011, Rick? 2011.
I think this is 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
There, carrying the plexiglass on his back, building the studio with his bare hands, and John is acting as like the guest, just to sit in because we needed someone to talk into the mic. And then they meet for the first time. John, I think, asks Rick for what? What did you ask Rick for?
An iPhone charger.
And what did Rick say?
I don't know what that is.
He says, I don't know what an iPhone charger is.
2012.
In 2012. What does that even mean?
He was an Android guy.
He was an Android guy. So at the time, the MMA Hour is a once-a-week show. And so what ends up happening is these two guys end up connecting, and Mondays, Rick would work on the MMA Hour, and then Tuesday through Sunday, he would work with John at his upstart company. And then eventually, Rick goes all full-time. John does his thing, but here we are all together. Isn't this amazing?
The real question is, though, how many viewers did we just lose?
This is great. The real OG fans will appreciate stories like this. And what was most special about it all, as I'll close with this weekend was very meaningful for me and my family because it was all my friends from Montreal, some of whom have never visited us, family from Montreal, some of whom who have never visited us, coming together and meeting my new friends from where we live now and where we grew up and where we decided to raise our family and plant our roots and all this stuff, and coworkers and like all these people in one room coming together as one. It was incredible to see. It really was. And when we first had Oliver, 2012, we didn't have a lot of friends, and John happened to live right next door to us. And so he was sort of like the guy. He was the second dad. He was our Cosmo Kramer. He was the first friend to come to the hospital for all three kids. He was there and gave my son an incredible gift this weekend, which means the world to him. And he wouldn't stop talking about it. And so anyway, he's here because he's here for a few days, and it's great to have him in studio. It's a very nice way to end the show for me today. I don't care if we lost. Just like Chiesa said, I don't care if we lost all the viewers, okay? This means something to me. I just thought you were going to say something on the back end.
I thought they cut me off for a minute. I was.
Oh, what happened, Frank? What happened?
What the hell am I getting blamed for Rick turning off the mic?
Oh, you're wearing the Jack Taylor shirt. I like that.
Yeah, I didn't know I was going to be on camera here. I'm not.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
I'd like to represent, but it was a wonderful weekend. You should be very proud of your family and all the people that came because it was powerful for everyone there.
Thank you. No, it was great. I appreciate it, and we're feeling good. So anyway, as I was saying before, I knew that John was in the house. We have this WhatsApp group. This is where it's all started, and we have our guests. So tomorrow, why are you guys laughing?
Some funny
That was a
we took a
tangent.
journey.
We
quite a journey.
We went back 13 years. Phil Rowe on the program had a great win. I think it might be the first time on the show, maybe second, but I think first. Andrei Arlovsky, who's making his BKFC debut on the program. Juliana Pena, in perhaps her first chat since the fight, on the program. Rose Namajunas on the program. Big win over Miranda Maverick. But here's the best part. In the group, I put TBD. I put TBD because I wanted to announce to the crew, I wanted to announce to everyone who the TBD guest is. And so tomorrow on the program, making his illustrious Helwani show / MMA Hour debut. Can I get a 4-box? Can I get something? I just want to, or a 3-box? Is there even a 3-box? There it is. Tomorrow.
I have no idea where you're going.
Yeah.
No idea?
Oh, I know.
Not even a single guess?
Wait.
The pride of Seoul, South Korea, the Iron Turtle.
Let's go!
June
Wow!
Young
Wow!
Park.
Let's go!
Finally.
Oh my God!
Yes.
I don't think you possibly could have gotten a bigger pop. I was
No,
like,
that's
where is
it.
he going with this? Who could this be? Holy shit! Wow!
Joining us live
Mountains had to
from
move
Baku.
for this to happen.
Oh, yeah. I actually booked this one like a month and a half or so ago. I'm like, when's this guy fighting it? Oh, yeah, Azerbaijan. We're getting him
Love
fight
it.
week.
Long
fan.
awaited.
Yes.
Doesn't even begin to describe it. Highly anticipated. Does not even begin to describe it. Oh my God!
I want to see the chat.
Let's go.
I want to see. Oh, yes.
Put turtles in the chat. Baby.
Turtles in the chat,
Turtles
everyone.
in the chat.
Nice. A bunch
Oh,
of
this
turtles
is
here.
huge.
Iron Turtle, LFG. I love it. Yes. So
I
a
was just
stack
placing
show.
a wager on him earlier today.
Is he the favorite?
He is the favorite.
Okay. He's the man. So I look forward to that in another stack show. Paul Walter Hauser on the program on Wednesday, guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big time.
In studio.
Hollywood.
Mark Ramundi in studio as well.
Nicest guy.
Nicest guy in the biz. We have a lot to get to, but for now we shall say goodbye. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's on brand.
I was so ready. Okay, let's go. What do we got?
Cosmo Kramer asked, Ariel, how was your son's bar mitzvah?
Oh, thanks. Well, we could have slid that one in earlier. It was amazing. One of the greatest weekends of my life. I'm still on a high. I was very anxious about it because it was a lot of planning, but really pleased and proud, most importantly, of the young man because he absolutely killed it and really was a superstar all weekend. So thank you for asking, Cosmo. I appreciate it. What else?
Slava P, sorry for having you read the same OTN question 2 weeks straight.
Oh,
I
no
don't
problem.
finish the Wednesday episode until Monday morning, as we thought, and assume it won't get read. Thank you for the great Monday to Monday content, Slava P.
No problem, Slava. I get it. It was just funny that you said, oh, hey, I watch every episode, and then you were asking about something that we talked about. It's all
He
good.
didn't think it was so funny. You know, he's trying. There's a lot of content.
I get it. What else?
Levi, love the Wellmaker interview. The will and determination are unreal. Also, could I get an update on my Lucha shirt, order 1181? I presume this is from the...
Oh, wow. That's odd. I've not heard of any issues. I guess, when did he order it?
We'll follow up with that.
Okay. There it is, arielhelwani.com. I've not heard of any issues for a while from the site, and that could mean no one's buying anything. By the way, we're coming out with some new stuff in, I'd say, maybe a month or two, but if you could just provide some extra context, there's also a place where you can send in emails. So if you want to do that, you could do that, or just send another super chat. I don't know.
I really appreciated story time earlier. I thought it was great, especially about Rick not knowing what an iPhone charger was.
Yes.
Yesterday, Rick.
Let it be known. Let it be known. Got the charger. I mean,
He did. He figured it out.
I mean,
He was crafty. He got it done.
well, good thing he's able to figure things out. We'll be testing that next week because yesterday, my man Ricky Jack found out that Boeing and Airbus are two different aircraft manufacturers, and that there is, in fact, nothing. There's no such thing as a Boeing Airbus.
like competing.
This was insightful.
Yeah, that's good
This
stuff.
one landed.
Isn't that big of a dunk.
He was like,
this one landed
we're gonna
hard.
be fine because we're not taking a 737.
Oh, I see.
We're taking Airbus, a Boeing Airbus.
Did this happen
I
during the
actually-
cocktails or during the dessert? Or
I don't know. I just got nervous.
Or during the
knows?
road trip.
Could have been any time.
I actually was.
This was
pretty
the
hyped
this was
about
the
us-
highlight.
about us being on an Airbus. I said that to Frankie earlier.
I don't.
I was like, oh, thank God we're on an Airbus.
Frank's playing himself off
Yeah.
after that one.
Well, we have a lot of exciting things coming up. We'll be at Fanatics Fest on Friday, everyone. We're going to be doing a live pod. You're actually going to get, well, actually,
no.
Live if you're in attendance,
Yes.
but it won't air here. We'll post it after the fact. But in essence, we're doing 4 episodes this week. And there it is, live from Fanatics Fest at the Jacob Javits Center right here in the heart of New York City. That's Friday, June 20th. At least one guest confirmed, working on another. And then next week's going to be a different kind of week, but a lot of exciting things that will culminate in us going to Las Vegas and doing a Helwani show on Thursday, on Friday, a watch party from Vegas on Saturday, post-show on Saturday night from Vegas, and then, first time ever, a post-pay-per-view show from Vegas. We've always come back, but we're trying it out. We're trying it out. So a lot of exciting things to come in addition to all the great guests this week. Anyone watching the Club World Cup? Anyone into that?
Yeah, I've been tuning in.
Did you see Bayern Munich win 10-0 against Auckland
yeah,
City?
I did.
That
a
is
little brutal. Poor guys from Auckland City were like,
crazy.
We got our chance in the Club World Cup.
Got whooped.
Yeah, it's over.
I wonder
Chelsea
what people
beating
are
LAFC 2-0 right now.
All right, that's fun. That's fun. So anyway, a lot to be excited about. For now, though, we shall say goodbye. Thank you very much to all our guests today. What a fun show. From Khalil Rountree to Deontay Wilder, Sugar Sean, Wellmaker, and Chiesa. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Thanks to John Beer. Peace. We're out of here.